stop, which is the light rail stop to nowhere. It's literally a light rail stop surrounded by empty fields because they're going to develop it one way or the other, but that theoretically would be the spot for Bronco Land if it were to happen. And everybody there had the same sort of vibe. Denver's getting this. Burnham Yard's getting this. We're happy to be in the conversation. But there's also an element, another vibe was also like, you realize if this came our way, we'd get this done. We'd like kind of like
confidence.
There's a confidence that we may be a little quicker to get this done than perhaps is had. It's not that we don't have to have hearings and we don't have to have meetings and we have to do all that stuff too. But we're Lone Tree. We can figure this out a little quicker than our friends down there in Denver.
Yeah. Julie Andrews will come in and sing for you.
So it wasn't arrogance. It was not arrogance whatsoever. But it was just like, we've thought about it. We have an idea of what we would do if we were lucky enough to get that option. However, there's another thing going on too. They're happy just to be mentioned because they're going around telling people at different places across the country, well, the Broncos were considering coming here, like to local business investors and other people that might just be thinking about the area, which they are going to develop one way or the other. They are going to develop the Lone Tree City Center one way or the other. And it's most likely 90% going to just be parks, businesses, hotels, that typical sort of, say they got enough space for it, that sort of thing. But they ain't going to move forward with that until they know for sure Preferred is taken off of Burnham Yard for the Broncos. The Broncos get the first choice. So it was a fun meeting, and they brought sandwiches from Nukes. It was great.
Why now, since you've got the area, you've got the plot, you've mentioned before, tons of players live out that way anyway, and how easy and better it'd been for them. Why don't you look at the other sports teams and go, hey, I understand you're going to try to do a new facility. Have you ever thought about developing here?
That's a really interesting idea. I don't know who you'd be talking about, though.
We got another one that's getting built?
Yeah, I mean, who are you talking about?
Yeah.
Who?
Well, we've seen plans of Ball Arena down there where the whatchamacallit is. You can still do a whole other city center there and then put an arena out there.
But they own that
and
land,
a practice
right?
facility, a new ice rink for the practice.
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know who owns the land that Ball Arena is on.
Kroenke
owns the land?
Kroenke owns the land.
Right.
They own the Illiches. They own all that already. They want to develop it.
Well, okay. Well, that's the answer to that question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they own the land.
It's a downtown resource.
Yeah. You know what? Listen, I'm not an anti-downtown guy. I think hockey, basketball, baseball should be in downtown cities. I think they fit in well. The trend with football is certainly to move out to the burbs. Everybody is. There's hardly any... Name me one new stadium that's been built in a city, guys, for football.
Well, the Ram... Well, no,
is the Rams in the city?
Kansas City.
Washington's about to do it.
Kansas City.
They are.
Well, no.
No. Tyler. Well, they're about to go to Indiana and Chicago. They're going to go to the old RFK, right?
Yeah, Washington's doing it.
Yeah, but where have they been?
Well, they've been out
for 20 years.
Virginia, right?
Maryland?
Yeah, well, they're in Maryland. And
it's Maryland.
They were in a weird, bad part. Like, there was nothing going on. It was just a bad neighborhood that they put a stadium in.
Well, RFK ain't in.
And they did not develop anything around it. It's literally just a stadium.
RFK ain't in the best
stadium out in the middle. Get to, but listen, Miami Dolphins ain't in Miami.
Nobody's in their city. Not nobody.
Hey,
not nobody. But
Dallas is in Arlington.
That's like an hour away. Seattle's in Seattle.
Yeah, but that's far from
Seattle's
new.
in Seattle.
There's a lot that are in downtown, but you're talking about the new ones.
I can't think of a. It's hard to even think of any that are downtown. Like, what are the other downtown stadiums? Period.
Hey, Milwaukee's not even close to Milwaukee.
Is that right? So Minnesota, the Vikings.
Green Bay,
the Vikings.
Green Bay.
The Vikings stadium is in the Vikings. Wait, is that in downtown?
Is it Minneapolis or is it St. Paul?
I think it's St. Paul, but that's in the city. Vikings are in a city. They're one. They're definitely one that's there.
The New York Jets ain't in New York.
They're in Jersey, man. They ain't in Manhattan.
Yeah.
They're on the Meadowlands. I
Yeah.
mean, it's a city. I guess it's gross, but
Philadelphia's in Philadelphia, but it is way.
Did you
outside the
really
city.
consider that? I mean, I guess
Where's the Vegas one? I haven't been to it.
Allegiant is right off the
It's
strip.
downtown.
It's off the strip. I suppose is the strip downtown Vegas?
Yeah.
I would assume so.
Okay, I'm rolling my eyes at that, but okay.
San Francisco ain't in San Francisco.
No, it's
No.
in Santa Clara. It's in a different city
that's
altogether.
That's why you got to drive so far to get a hooker.
I mean, off the top of my head, I'm thinking about Denver.
Oh my God. That's
Just
funny.
because I've been gone don't mean I don't read.
All right, we'll
Yeah,
catch
well,
up.
you've been paying attention.
We'll catch up on that story later. Anyways,
You want the list? I got the list.
sure.
Falcons, Panthers, Bengals, Browns, Lions, Colts, Jags, Vikings, Saints, Denver, Pittsburgh, Ravens, Bears.
Okay.
And Baltimore.
It's a lot.
And Bears about to be gone. It ain't half. You didn't read 16, did you?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Oh wow,
16.
that's crazy.
And so it's about to go to 15 because of Chicago, right?
That's an interesting list. I would say, what new stadium has been built in a city? Pittsburgh, I think.
Baltimore's just across the bay. That's
I'd
kinda
say
cool.
Pittsburgh's one of them.
I think the Titans are building theirs in Nashville.
Yeah, but that's like across the river from Broadway. Like,
Yeah, but that's like it's within eye shot. I mean,
man, we are stretching the
Oh, I don't
bounds of
think
what
so.
the city
oh
is.
yeah, it is. It absolutely. I mean,
It is right there. If you keep going down Broadway, the big nightlife area, yeah, it's
You just look
but
across, yeah.
It's across the river though. It's like we're not really in the city anymore. We're across a river.
Here's the new stadiums, and I knew it's kind of loose here. 2017 Atlanta, 2016 Vikings, and then you got to go back. 2008 Colts, 2002 Lions, Seahawks,
Oh boy.
Bengals.
Oh jeez. So you certainly see where the trend is. Hey, listen, what can I tell
And you know what? Even in Indianapolis, though, they really haven't developed anybody to make a party place. If you go there, you got to walk back to Indianapolis in town to get to some fun things.
in Indianapolis? Indianapolis is pretty firmly in downtown, Scott. Like that is.
No, it's on the it is on the edge. They don't have
is?
tons of great play. Yeah, it's on the edge.
Oh man, it's connected to the JW. It's right there. It's off a main road.
It
It's
is
got a
on
whole
the edge,
nightlife.
but like this is your weird philosophy of downtowns. Like by your philosophy, usually
Burnham
you would
Yards
say
is
it's
downtown.
No, that is downtown.
Well, the edge.
To me, if
definitely
you
the
can
edge.
see it from downtown, that's downtown.
Okay. All right. Whatever. It was a funny.
If I got to
evening.
get in a car and I got to drive 15 minutes to see it, that's not downtown.
It was a fun evening. The people of Lone Tree were great. They're also very concerned about bears and kids who are using these e-bikes that aren't e-bikes. They're really
Oh, dude, there's
motorcycles.
biker gangs, man. I started a scooter gang. I'm getting in fights.
Dude,
I started a scooter gang. Any dads that want to be in it, man, come on out there. Live right out there in Parker. I'm starting a gang. We're going to start fighting back.
I bought you a Trident for your birthday.
Thank you.
okay. We'll take a quick break. We'll have another keyword. It's PhD on 92.5.
If you're out there looking for a newer pre-owned vehicle, go to the best dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. I've been a customer for such a long time now over at Phil Long Ford because I know him, I love him, I trust him, and relationships matter to me. If relationships matter to you like they do to me, you'll probably become a long-term customer after you buy your first vehicle from Phil Long Ford. They're going to treat you right, guys. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to respect your time. They're going to give you the best price on the vehicle of your dreams, and it's really as simple as that. Don't drive all over the state looking for a newer pre-owned vehicle. Just go to Phil Long Ford. There's over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford. and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you out over and check them out online at phillongford.com.
Pretty woman. Pretty woman.
Scott, I think It's good to have you back, first of all. And
Yep.
what is your take on the Jed York prostitution sting, $140, trailer park?
We've been waiting for Scott. Needed that take.
Well,
Well,
he got a call. It's not been documented right after from Robert Kraft to say, hey, thanks. Let me tell you what you do.
what's the most fun part of that story to you? Is it the dialing the prostitution sting?
Can I ask you, in a weird way, does this almost make him look better that he doesn't know like the pizza number? That like he's not in like the upper echelon of like the high escorts, you know? Like in a weird way, does it actually make him look like he's not one of those guys?
No.
He didn't have the pizza phone?
Does it make him look better?
Yeah.
That he's looking at prostitution websites in Ohio?
He had to go on Craigslist to find one.
Yeah. Well, I think it was like Craigslist, but, yeah, he was dialing on Saturday, no luck. But, hey, let me ring him up Sunday morning because, feeling a bit randy before I go to church.
I think that's my favorite part, that it's a sting operation. He called them 3 times.
On Saturday.
The first 2 times they didn't pick up in a sting operation.
Well,
so they're like, you know what? We're actually going to let the people that only call once go. Like they're really not bad guys. If they call 3 times, no, we know that's a bad dude.
The oversight committee might want to go, why are we running this sting operation and not answering the phone?
Well,
if they missed his 3 calls, who else did they miss?
How busy were they? I mean, there's so.
Well, there you go.
The guy's worth $500 million, and he's looking for a $140 hooker. The trailer park is adamant this is not part of our community.
No.
And it was
we are law-abiding citizens in this trailer park.
Right. They were right. It was a lot near the trailer park, but it was not part of the trailer park. I mean,
they are getting a bad rap here. You know, the trailer park's getting a bad rap on a sting operation.
Then
that'll be a lawsuit.
Then Vic admits he dated a girl from a trailer park while he was in college. It's like, okay.
You really didn't want to answer my question yesterday.
I've lived in a trailer.
You lived in a trailer?
Yep.
Did you live in a trailer park? Or was it just
it was
trailer?
It was out on some land.
I took piano lessons when I lived in Steamboat in a trailer park. Swear to God, my parents dropped me off. She had a nice little piano in the trailer park in the trailer and learned how to play.
How much was your lesson? How much was your lesson every time? 140?
You know, it's funny. It got less and less.
Where did you get touched?
Yeah. What?
Huh?
I was 8. No, I didn't. It was just piano lessons.
Hey, that's not an E flat.
It was legit piano lessons. That's all there was. It was funny. So think about a trailer. Not only did she have a piano in there, but her husband was a hunter, and they had, the bucks on the wall, like in a trailer. I mean, that was a crowded living room. It was,
That reminds me. Keep talking about this. Reminds me of the joke. What's the similarities between Arkansas and a tornado?
What's the similarities between Arkansas and a tornado?
Or an Arkansas divorce and a tornado.
Arkansas forced a tornado. What?
Arkansas divorce and a tornado are similar because somebody's about to lose a trailer.
Timing is everything.
I said, that was a bad setup on the spur of the moment. You know what I did not do? Did not paint the picture well enough right
It's
there.
okay. We kind of got it. All right. So any other comments there? You're good on that? I just want to give you a chance to chime in.
You know what? It shows you rich people are human too and stupid too, right? Just because you got dollars in the bank account don't mean you ain't stupid.
That's for sure.
Or have the availability to do something stupid.
I mean, the only negative consequence is embarrassment for this guy. He's spent his day in jail, and he's just been humiliated.
Yeah, what's the reintegration process for the owner of the team?
Nothing.
You just show up to work, and you're like, hey, guys, how's it going? How was your weekend?
Was he going to fire himself, suspend himself? No. What did Robert Kraft?
So I got a hooker,
Yeah.
No, actually, I didn't even. I didn't even get one.
He didn't even get one.
Yeah. I didn't even do it, guys.
$140 not well spent. Yeah, I guess the story's really over. It's just kind of funny to talk about. Except, of course, you get into sex trafficking, which is a horrible thing, and then there's a dark side of it, and then,
Way to bring the mood down.
I know, it's not funny at all when you get into that side of it, so, there's that. But, yeah, the NFL's not going to do. Then what do you think the NFL's going to – what happened to Robert Kraft, man? Like, did anything happen to Robert Kraft?
Probably got a fine or something. I don't know.
Nothing. Well, what is there to happen?
None.
Nothing. Tis what it is. So there you go.
Well, listen, what you say? He's now worth $250 million. So I mean,
What are you talking?
there is something.
You think
Well,
he lost?
married.
You think he? Oh,
Well, he recently
actually lives in
he
California,
already
so he's
filed
probably
for
worth-
divorce last month.
that's actually Tyler's right.
Yeah.
He filed divorce like in May or something. Like that's right. So this is him rebounding.
Mm-hmm.
This is the rebound from divorce. Ouch.
He's on the prowl.
Yikes. Careful, everybody.
Hey, nothing identifies yourself as available to the San Francisco Cougar market is I'm willing to do this.
It's time for another Rock, Paper, Tickets keyword.
Concrete.
Did you see the Denver Broncos have now partnered officially with SRM Concrete?
Concrete.
Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
All right, there you go. Concrete, first, last name. We're going to draw our qualifier 5 minutes before the top of the hour. Qualifying for the most epic rock, paper, scissors tournament next Tuesday, September 1st at Rooftop Social in Rhino. Winner of the tourney gets a trip to Kansas City with flights, hotel tickets to the first game of the year, Denver at Kansas City on Monday night, powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. You ready to play, Scott? Tyler?
You bet.
No, you go with Scott.
Go, Scott. You ready, Scott? We're going to do 1, 2, 3, shoot. You ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. You ready? Here we go. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Bam. Rock beats scissors.
Paper.
I beat Scott. You had scissors first. I saw you.
Well, but you had yours down below the screen too, so you get it up and let me see.
I got it up.
One more time. Here we go.
No,
one more time.
not one
Ready?
more
No,
time.
you lost.
Play Tyler.
They're
You can
no-
play.
He had the
I
fist
saw
below the
it.
screen. How do I know?
He's good.
Hey,
He's
Tyler.
good.
Listen.
Play Tyler.
Listen.
Go ahead. Play Tyler.
Listen, Ted Lasso, I'm not. I need to see it.
Okay. Go play Tyler. Ready? Let's go. Scott, you and Tyler. Let's go.
All right.
All right.
Rock,
paper,
paper,
scissors,
scissors,
shoot.
You're not showing it.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, but
That's
can
what I
see
just said
D-Mac.
about.
I win.
I just said that.
win.
I just said that about DMac.
Yeah, but I had my eyes on D-Mac. I verified as a witness.
God, Scott.
I didn't.
All right. Scott has totally cheated in rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, my. That's funny. All right, Tyler, me and you ready? Here we go, quick. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Paper covers rock. Put it on the board. It's all tied up. There we go. Anyways, that tournament's happening on Tuesday. We'll see you out there. VJ wasn't happy.
I kind of felt it there, and you want your team to grow and kind of control that part, right? If you feel it as a coach in a regular season, you address that. But obviously in training camp, I want to see how they would respond to, a long camp and, playing a better opponent, week 2. So disappointed in how we came out, obviously.
Man, this preseason stuff, what these coaches need to get out of these guys and what happens. I'm watching Hard Knocks. Great episode. Hard Knocks has been really good this year. I don't know why it's
They've
so
had a
much.
good run this year.
Well, and on this one, unfortunately, it centers around two dudes who are
It's
very
been fun. It's just been fun. It's been the fun coach. It's been the fun times at practice.
Yeah.
It's been the beautiful scenery.
The scenery is unbelievable.
Like Seattle on a sunny day is the most gorgeous place in America, maybe.
But
they've acted like it's sunny every single day.
they have. It's funny because they're doing a joint practice in Tennessee, and Salah's talking to McDonald. Is like, yeah, you guys, 70 degrees every day. You got bald eagles flying overhead. You're on the water. And McDonald's like, yeah, because they're in Tennessee. What's that like? I mean, it's hot and humid.
I can tell you, I'm down in that area.
Oh, dude.
Hot, nasty, and humid.
Right. That's their life right now. Nashville's got a lot of cool stuff. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know about training camp. I think I'd rather be in Seattle. That being said, McDonald is struggling with who to play, how to play him. He's gone through now a couple of injuries. They focus on this one guy, Bobo, the receiver. They gave him a great speech by his wide receiver coach. I need you to be Draymond Green. I need you to be gritty.
Wait, there was a new one last night?
Yeah.
Tuesdays is the day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to be a huge spoiler for you, but like, I'll leave it alone. I won't be a spoiler for you. It was really good, though, in terms of how these coaches have to manage things. I will spoil just one small part. They got a joint practice with the Tennessee Titans going, and McDonald looks over at Cooper Kupp, and it's just like, this ain't for you today. And I gotta have you not do this today. Because Kupp wasn't like 100%. He was okay. He could have gone. But he was just like, this is not worth this risk. And I thought that was really, really interesting. Like the balance. Meanwhile, he's trying to get his guys going. His guys are flat. So how do you guys do that? How do you get your guys going to be aggressive and prepare football, but protect yourself enough to be healthy for day one at this time of year? How exactly do coaches manage this
Well,
stuff?
guys like Cooper Kupp, they got to be managed no matter what. I mean, you just got to keep that mileage low. You're just trying to get another year out of them, So you manage guys like that; those are easy decisions. You're done. We'll see you when we need to get you. I don't think you worry. Like I know in Hard Knocks they made a big deal out of them getting smashed by the Cowboys, and they got to wake up. Guess what? We just got smashed by the Packers. And I know Vance Joseph yesterday was acting like the world fell apart. He was acting like he was like horrified by his defense.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they're really stressing out about that? Or do they just go back to the next practice and do they just treat it like regular practice? I think you just go back to the next practice.
Sometimes an ass whooping can be good motivation, too, even in training camp. A chance where everything's hunky-dory.
When it's great, Scott?
Ass whooping, then we can use it.
It. Not so much in the games, but a good old-fashioned ass whooping when you're in a joint practice, that's when it's great. That's when you wake up.
Yeah, well, the joint practices, I know you say they're not going anywhere. They're even going to increase. Holy cow, is it fraught with danger, like more so than just a regular practice against your own team. I mean, at least that's the way they're making it look like. And the Seahawks felt it a little bit, unfortunately, for them. You'll see it coming up in this particular episode. But when it comes to the Broncos, though, just speaking about the Broncos, how about Jeff Legwold throwing out a leggy bomb? Bo Nix won't even play, or he speculates that Bo Nix won't play. What'd you think of that?
Surprised me. Yeah, I still think that the starters are going to play. I think that it makes sense in theory to want it to be your dress rehearsal game. I don't think it makes sense going to the third quarter, but I would want my guys to play one quarter of football. They're about to have 2 full weeks off, man.
Kyler Murray's been announced as the starter for the Vikings. You think O'Connell wants to play Kyler Murray in this game? Against this defense?
No, and it's a great opportunity for JJ to get a little something going.
If it's JJ.
Well, if
it's JJ.
We know that Sean's going to talk to Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah.
And if the Vikings are not playing their starters, then we probably won't play ours either.
How much do coaches do they always get with each other on this stuff?
Always. Every preseason game.
Always.
Yep.
So
not only do they get with each other in terms of playing time, but they'll ask you, they'll say, hey, what do you want to see from us? Is there anything particular that you would like us to put out there for you?
So if Connell says, hey, man, I'd rather not run my ones, Sean's just going to be like, sounds good. And Bo sits on the bench.
Or he might say, I'm only going to play mine for a half. I say, I need to get some run. But I wasn't here when you guys broke down the game. Were you happy with the game?
I was.
You see enough that if Bo doesn't play, you're good?
I absolutely saw enough. Sean came out like somebody backed over his dog after the game was over. And I was like, that was fine.
The final score doesn't look pretty. And that's why
who gives a crap about the final score? I mean, Sean probably does. Sean definitely has recency bias when he comes out and talks to the media. Sean was like, I want to see him play into the third quarter. I mean, everybody kind of rolled their eyes at that one. I saw way enough. Bo looked great. Jalen Waddle looked great. First team defense did great. Riley Moss got hurt. That wasn't great. Enough of that. We don't need to see that. Pat Surtain, do we need Pat Surtain hitting guys in preseason anymore? I think we get it. I mean, like, what else is out there for the ones for the Broncos?
All right.
Got me. So, but Sean came in and he was all pissed off, and PJ's talking about getting their butts kicked, and these guys are different, man. They're treating the fourth quarter the same as the first quarter, and it's easier as a fan or a media person to Maybe that is it. It is really easy for us to separate the difference rather than these coaches. They may be inside
also,
too much.
don't you think they got to sell to the fans too?
Hell no.
This game mattered. This
Hell
thing
no.
can't.
No, Scott.
Oh, I do.
No, dude. There were 66,000 people there. They were pumped to see the new Thunder. Nobody really left. It was a beautiful night. Now, the Broncos fans, I didn't see one Broncos fan disappointed after that game. I'd say 66,000 people had a great damn time. They were happy with what they saw. They're not a stupid fan base. They get it. I don't think you have to sell anything to this Broncos fan base. I think they're pumped. That's my take on it, from being there.
That was a 66,000 people in the stadium, and there's 8 million of us watching on TV going, really? Really?
Well, look, I mean.
Really? You were really watching the fourth quarter of that game? Really? Were you really paying attention to the fourth quarter of that game?
I got text
Really?
from the stadium. I got text from the stadium said, this is the worst game I ever. This is unbelievable. It
was a brutal game to watch. It also didn't concern me.
By the way, I was stalking the warden and the junior warden there. I got you some video of their flag performance.
They loved it. Sent it down to them. What you missed is the governor and prisoner 584414826 was right there beside him also.
Oh, I did not realize that. It's funny because they were actually in the security line, like right in front of me going in. And I thought I would have a chance to say hi to them, but they scampered right through before I could say, hey, what's up? And I said, I'll just catch them in the tunnel. And they were gone. I don't even know where they went. So I don't know where the flag people go before the game. I thought they there's a secret flag person area?
Special secret flag assembly area.
So then I'm like, where's Julia and Ellie? I'm up in the press box, and they were on the corner. And I'm like, oh, I got him. And then they went to drag the flag out, and somehow there was 7 people between Julia and Ellie somehow. I don't even know how that happened. But, I was stalking them and with the video and getting the whole thing.
But that was kind of cool. They got to stand right there in the end zone. And
they were right next to the Vikings, man. They were within 5 feet of some Vikings, doing Vikings thing. Not Vikings, Packers guys. Oh, did they have a good time doing it?
Yeah, they enjoyed it.
Yeah, Tyler and Scott, people had a great time.
The worst part about it was that they had to get there way, way early.
Well, you got to practice.
Made for a long day.
You got to practice when to wave the flag.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. When to,
It's just not an innate ability that people have.
Yeah, and by the way, your daughter, she's growing. My goodness gracious. Holy cow.
Have you seen her dad?
Oh, my God. She's got to be the same height, pretty damn close to the warden right now.
Yeah, she's close. She's close to the warden.
Oh, yeah. She's going to be a tall soccer player.
Yep.
She'd be like, oh, my God, I got a great no-dumb question regarding soccer and all that sort of stuff and the power of hair. The power of hair. Up. Details coming up next.
Hey, when you picture your retirement, what do you see? Because everybody's picture is going to look a little bit different, and your plan should reflect that. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they're going to build around what matters most to you, not a generic template. Learn more at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN1 to get started. The advisors at Trajan Wealth, they work as one coordinated team. Your investments, your taxes, and your estate planning all under the same roof. Your plan built around your life, not the other way around. Learn more at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN1. There's more to retirement planning than just crunching numbers, and the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they're going to coordinate your investments, your taxes, and your estate plan around your actual life. So every piece is working towards the same goal. Visit TrajanWealth.com to get started or call 1-855-TRAJAN1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Do me a favor. Keep up.
You're entering a judgment-free zone. Do not worry about your lame sports IQ or your other IQ.
Could you repeat the question, please?
This is No Dumb Questions with PhD on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Any interesting questions in that bunch?
Brought to you by Trajan Wealth. When it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189.
All right. Yeah. Trajan Wealth. Awesome. 303-900-1189. When it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Here we go. No dumb questions. Scott, Tyler, I got to admit, waking up weekend mornings and throwing on English Premier League is pretty damn cool. And I'm
kind of fun, isn't it?
It really is. It really is. And, of course, yeah, Arsenal, of course. I'll be a team player on that, no doubt about it.
Well, that was Friday.
But my guy, I know we had it in the studio here against Coventry. My guy's Erling Haaland because he was my favorite guy at the end of the day, although I was disappointed he tapped out at the end, but okay. He's known, Erling Haaland, for his flowing Norwegian Viking, like the hair and the he shaved it all off, and he's got a...
I think he said he was going to do that during the World Cup, didn't he?
Well, he did. And he's got a YouTube video doing it, but I didn't know that. So I tune in. It was Man City against Bournemouth. And I'm like, oh, my God, what happened to Erling? I'm really asking this as a no dumb question. Do you lose your power if you're a successful athlete if you shave off your hair?
Only if your name is Samson.
It's a bold decision.
I thought it was insane.
He had 3 shots, like those little come across, jump up in there, flick them in. He had a couple that he just, one went to the goalie, one bounced kind of wide, and then he had a shot that he kind of went way over the top. And
I thought he was off.
Everybody was talking about it.
I thought he was off the whole game. I watched the whole damn game. Now, they were down, and that would have been a nice little upset for Bournemouth. But they were down.
Great little comeback, late little, wasn't it?
It was a great comeback. They scored the winner in extra time in like the 93rd minute, and Man City ended up winning.
Scored the tying goal at the 84th or 85th minute.
I'm watching the whole thing, and I'm just like, why in the world would this dude do this? It feels like a bizarre unforced error. Do you believe, or am I just being an idiot here about hair? That this guy did something kind of quirky for no reason.
I don't know. Ask Jalen Waddle. You think Jalen Waddle lost his power?
I do not. I do not think he lost his power. He looks great, but he made a radical change, too. You're right about that. Radical change.
Anytime somebody cuts off the dreads,
Quinn Miners cut off the dreads.
Quinn had a great year right after he did that, too.
All right.
Yep.
None of it works or matters unless you struggle. Like I had a guy I played with would not cut his fingernails before a game, even if they were too long and he needed to do them. He refused to cut his fingernails because he felt it changed the feeling of his fingertips when he shot. So he'd have to do it after the game. And then, one time he did it like game day, and he shot terrible. I knew it. I cut my fingernails. So it's a bold move, especially the extreme that Haaland went from.
It was unbelievable. Were you shocked when you saw him?
Yeah.
I was like, is that him? I turned to my wife, and I'm like, you got to see Haaland, And
he looks like he's 12 now, doesn't he?
I don't think he looks better. I do not think he looks better.
The funny thing, though, and I like how he's not afraid to make fun of himself.
Yeah.
If you watch that YouTube thing when he starts calling all these famous people.
Yeah, he started calling people to show them. Look at my head.
Do you remember when he called Zlatan? He goes, what did he say? Hang up the phone and lose my number.
Yes. That was great. Oh yeah, that's funny. Anyways, whatever. That's I was radical change on your appearance, man, as an athlete. I don't know.
And he also did some videos. He got a lot of his teammates involved on that too.
I'll tell you this. I feel like most people do when they're trying to break out of a slump or a bad performance.
Right?
And that to me is like you're so in your head you think you got to cut your hair off. That ain't going to work. That ain't going to solve the problem for you.
Well, maybe you think it's possible he's grinding on the fact that they lost to England like they did.
No,
And,
he said during the World Cup he was going to do this.
I don't know. He's a very likable guy, but he did not play well. I'll tell you this. He, like Scott just pointed out, he had like 3 opportunities to put the ball away where normally you would think he would do that. I mean, 3 really good opportunities, and he just kind of whiffed Scott on all 3 of them.
Yeah, he whiffed on a couple of them.
No dumb question. When does soccer stop so I can stop hearing you two dum-dums talk about it every day?
It goes all it's spring.
Well, they'll go all the way through the winter, and then they'll have an international break that lasts for a week or 2.
A week?
Mm-hmm.
Can I at least get like 6 months?
Oh, no, we get Premier League action till like April.
Gosh. Yeah. It was one thing when it was just Scott. Now I got you like entertaining this. Like
it was all the way till April.
Don't you have anything to do on Saturdays?
No, man. I was texting Scott. I was like taking pictures of the TV. I was like texting Scott. Look at this. No, man. I'm locked in.
And they'll play the Champions League that goes on in the middle of the season. So they'll play in the Champions League, and the ones that qualified, they'll actually squeeze games in. Sometimes you have 3 games in a week.
Yeah, by the way, I'm just continuing my European, like, Vuelta España, which is the Tour de France of Spain, is on right now. Watching Tade this morning. I can't get enough of this European sports. You know what I love about it, real quick? It's over early. Like, all these European sporting events, whatever they are, like on the weekend, they're over by 9:30 in the morning. Like, it's just a nice way to sort of wake up if you got nothing to do, all right? I'm not taping any of these things, but it is available. Peacock, it's crazy.
Yeah.
But it's on that was USA Net, so I had to watch the Spanish version of it on Telemundo, which was fine.
I'll give you an app you can go to, by the way. I watched Arsenal play on Friday. They played at 2:00 our time.
Yeah.
And then Holland then was like 8:00 Saturday morning.
Something like that. It was early. Yeah, it was early in the morning.
How are you guys gonna remember Taylor Rapp?
Taylor Rapp, the safety for the Broncos?
Yeah, how are you going to remember him?
I'll tell you that coming up here in a second. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Long weekends, road trips, summer nights. This is the time to feel confident and energized. But if your body isn't keeping up with your life, don't ignore it. It could be low T. If that is the case and you feel like you're just not firing on all cylinders, the man machine is low on its batteries, well, wherever it is, you're not alone. Guys in the mid-30s start losing 2 to 3% of their tea production every year. It happens gradually, and before they know it, they don't feel like the same as they were in the 20s and 30s. What is going on? What is happening? Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. It is a simple 10-question quiz. Yes or no answers. Just takes a couple minutes. Consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll have your result within 30 minutes, and the cost of the appointment is $99. You got the consult T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. No need to wait, guys. Let's go. Most men wait a year longer. You don't have to. 5 locations up and down I-25. They got you covered. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
That's a great question. He's had a great camp. He made a total commitment this fall with his body, with his prep. Every single day he's been on. He missed the entire spring with a shoulder injury. He came back on fire. So, that was one of my camp goals. Our first day of camp is to find some depth at the safety position. Losing PJ was a big deal for us, and he's had a great camp. So I've been proud of him.
That's VJ talking about J.L. Skinner, not Taylor Rapp, as you pointed out, Tyler. Taylor Rapp, well, you'll see him at the reunions, as he is a former member of the Denver Broncos and was here a week. I don't think he even dressed for the preseason game, did he?
I don't think so, because he got here right beforehand.
Yeah, so life in the fast lane. The Broncos have signed 2 new players. Offensive tackle Foster Sorrell, who was in training camp last year with the Commanders. 27 years of age, has played 41 career NFL games with 4 starts. We'll get to that in a second. They also signed defensive tackle Israel Antwine. Hopefully I'm getting that right, because he played at CU in 2018. Finishing out his collegiate career at Oklahoma State, undrafted in 2022 with the Jags, CFL, ILF, whatever that is, and UFL. Do you remember Antwine? Israel Antwine, Tyler?
I don't. I feel a little bit bad. I probably should.
All right. Well, they added defensive tackle and an offensive tackle. They must feel good enough about their safety depth that we just heard nice things about J.L. Skinner. So they're moving on. Roster shakeup.
I'm trying to think about offensive tackle. Why? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I don't really see the need there. You've got a bunch of bodies that are going to make this team, and I don't really know what the need is there, unless you're just trying to get a guy to stash him on the practice squad.
Maybe.
Knowing that you got no intention of him being around on the 53.
I guess it's all depth pieces at this point. But there you go. Broncos are practicing right now. They'll wrap it up here in the next half hour or so. This is their last open practice to the media, and they'll be taking down the grandstands. Some of the VIPs, Scott, are out there shaking their jewelry and,
It'll be interesting to see when they start start doing the hammers and the front-end loaders on that building.
The promise was soon. The promise was very soon after it was all done. But they had to take down the grandstand and all that area, which they'll do after today. By the way, the grandstand will come down, probably be gone by this weekend. But today's it. Today's the last sort of.
My one surprise is with all the new build and everything that's going on over there. I'm surprised that at least that we're aware of, there's no plans for a permanent bleacher viewing area over on the hillside, for fans. So they're going to bring the hill back, but at least that I'm aware of, there's no permanent plans for anything like what they had this year.
Not that I've heard of, but who knows? They can, as they've proved, they can build things at a drop of the hat.
Yeah.
But from what I understand, the hill makes sense for 2 reasons. One, just the fans for training camp.
Eyeballs.
And the other thing is it's been used as a training hill for players to use, so they want to use that too.
It also protects eyeballs from outside.
It protects eyeballs from outside too.
Which means they'll have to, when they tear that thing down, they're going to have to connect the walls, right? They're going to have to be a brand new wall that connects the whole place together.
I have no idea. I don't know. They're keeping
they're not going to leave one end open, though, are they?
I don't know what they're keeping the building. Yeah, I don't know. That's a great question.
I'd imagine they would, Scott.
Yeah, they're keeping the where the weight room used to be, that building, as a storage facility. So they're not tearing that down. That's actually going to stay there, and we'll get to it when we get to it, I suppose. Any significance with any of these moves, Tyler, one way or the other?
No, not yet. Once a waiver wire comes around, you might see something of significance, but I've been pretty consistent on my prediction that I think your 53-man roster is on this team. And I don't think they're going to add another body from outside this team. I think the 17 guys on the practice squad, I think those guys are on this team too.
Scott, anything to see here?
No, and that's kind of camp was that right there. You wanted to stay as injury-free as possible. I know we had the nicks and bumps and bruises type things for a while, but, significant players with serious injuries we've kind of avoided so far. Yeah, I think they pretty much were set what they're going to do. Let's see if a couple guys surprise them as far as that backup role, and can they handle that? Will they go with that? And listen, unless there's somebody that's just absolutely can't miss special that gets put on the waivers, because I don't know if it happens anymore, guys, but it used to be you'd always see these last cuts, especially since they consolidated. You might see a veteran in 7 years because his dollar amount was too much, sometimes hit the wire. So, if a guy like that you think could significantly make your team better, would they bring that in?
That's a good question. Not sure. But today's an interesting day in as much that I would anticipate, he doesn't have to, but I would guess Sean would say, here's what our plan is. Unless they need to think about it some more and look at tape or talk to Kevin O'Connell more, or I suppose that's possible. And they don't have to say anything, frankly. We don't have to know it. Traditionally, Sean has sort of made some declarations like, yeah, he'll play, and this guy will play, or that guy won't, or whatever. I anticipate Bo will play. I was surprised when Leggy a little while ago even threw out the idea that Bo wouldn't play at all.
That really surprised me. When Sean said into the third quarter, I was like, that probably doesn't feel right. But a substantial run feels right. No time at all. That would kind of feel like the anti-Sean Payton approach.
Well, and it goes against what he said earlier, that Bo would miss the first one, playing the second and third, right? I mean, he said that after the first preseason game.
He did say that, yeah.
You just get, I'm sure coaches go through a lot of mixed emotions, being nervous about things.
Well, you see a guy like Jamar Chase get hurt, and all of a sudden
boy,
you're like,
did you see that?
Hey,
I guess he's going to be okay. But
who we got? That did not look good, by the way.
It definitely did not look good. Looked terrible.
Yeah. Can't believe they had cameras on it. I guess other teams have got looser rules.
Oh, my God. The Cowboys were crazy. I remember when the Cowboys
Did you see what the Seahawks had? They've got a jumbotron on their field.
I thought that was amazing.
That is broadcasting practice for fans to watch the jumbotron.
I thought that was an incredible thing to have. I thought that was fantastic to do. Yeah, I did see that. And they also let the fans, wherever the players, come out of the building from, line fans up there.
Well, if you remember under Hackett, Broncos.com, they actually did broadcast the practice. You remember that? Yeah.
Yep.
I do not remember that.
Yeah.
Yep. Streamed it.
Well, I think that's a great idea. I mean, I'm actually a fan of that. What's the secret? What are we doing here? I mean, unless there's some secret sauce. And by the way, you could always just turn the camera away if you wanted to. They ask us.
Every coach is paranoid, and older coaches, I think, are own the patent to that.
Well, I'll tell you this. For Broncos fans, I'll tell you this. It doesn't matter. Broncos fans are into the team. It really doesn't matter. They're fired up. I don't know if you guys caught it in terms of expensive tickets. Did you see that? The most expensive tickets in the NFL?
Buffalo.
The Buffalo Bills.
Yeah. So we ready for that? I mean that's the side effect. You get a new stadium.
Scott, can you take a guess as the average ticket price for the Buffalo Bills? Average ticket price for 2026.
A single game, right?
Yeah.
$375.
Yeah, you wish. $610.
Wow.
Take a family of 5, you're spending $3,000.
Now, what was your guess? $375?
Yeah.
That's a very sophisticated guess as a brand new season ticket holder. Congratulations, by the way, friend. Because the Denver Broncos are 7th on that list at $389. So
that's the average ticket?
That's the average ticket for the Denver Broncos, 7th in the league at $389.
Thanks, Scott's rich.
I'll tell you what, man.
Dang.
I'll tell you what.
He got 4 of them things?
That's why we're 12 rows from outside the arena.
Yeah, but if that's average,
I'm just saying that's
just
the
doing
average.
the math,
Yeah.
4 times 3, that's about $1,200 a game.
My ticket's
8 games a year.
My ticket's about 100.
Carry the 2.
About 125 a game.
That adds up to about $2.5 million a year.
Is that what it adds up to?
Yeah.
That's some strange math right there, my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, $2 million or $10K a year, something like that. You're close. Do you want to know the top 10 for ticket prices? I'll give it to you.
Yeah.
10, the Patriots, $364. Niners at $367. Number 8, Raiders 368. 7, Broncos 389. Lions, good luck, Detroit, 6 at 425. Seahawks at 428. The Packers at 454. The Bears, number 3 at 472. Number 2, the Eagles at 473. And your Western New York Buffalo Bills at $610 for a ticket. Holy guacamole.
So they're $120 more. Is that right? Than the closest one?
How about that? Yeah, 473 to 610. Yeah.
Yeah, jeez.
Golly, man. Buffalo to sit in an obscured seat.
Wait, how many new stadiums on that list?
Those are more than the Giants, the Jets, the 49ers, the Rams, the Chargers.
The only new stadium, I mean, would you consider the Raiders a new stadium?
Yeah.
Would you consider the Niners a new stadium? No. So Raiders,
So far you would.
they're not on the list.
Interesting.
They're not in the top 10.
Not necessarily correlated to the stadium.
Well, the Bills, you got to say, yeah. I mean, there's got to be an excitement for the new stadium there, right? I mean, that's got to be the reason. Got to be.
I don't know.
It's got to be.
It would make sense to me.
They're idiots in Buffalo. They're like,
let's pay $600 for a seat that is obstructed.
You know what I'm saying? Like, can you imagine? Can you imagine throwing down? Let's say you get a pair of tickets, like Scott, $1,200. You're spending $10,000 for season ticket, and you got an obstructed view.
And that doesn't count their seat license they probably paid to get that ticket, right?
I'm saying this $10,000. Like, how much do youth kids sports cost? Youth sports for kids. What are you throwing down for that a year for your kids to go play?
Not that much.
Okay. I bet you there's parents out there right now that are like laughing at $10,000.
Oh, they're a couple of the ECL clubs in soccer.
Yeah,
it's close to 25, 30.
Yeah, we're in our hockey league for our 9-year-old, and we're going to Fargo. We're going to Dallas. We're going to Orange County. What do you think that final bill is for that 12-week season? What do you think we're forking up for that one? So little Timmy can go play in Fargo in February. I did it. It wasn't cheap. It was fun. I'm glad I did it. Baseball, we were dropping $3,000 a season, and there was spring, summer, and fall.
Dude, I'm spending more than that on swimming.
Spending more on swimming.
I do. I definitely spend more than that on swimming.
All right, so I mean that's the cost.
To jump in a pool. Every time I send that bill out, or pay that bill, I go to the swim meet, and I'm like, hold on, they're jumping in a pool. What is going on here?
Ka-ching! Ka-ching is what you're paying for. All right, we'll come back.
One of the famous, you probably say her name recently, Carly Lloyd, or that wasn't Carly, but it was one of those that played with her. U.S. female soccer came out and saw her on a podcast the other day. She said it's a waste, talking about their money. Said kids should not travel out of their states until a certain age. Put an age on it, 15, 16.
I don't know.
So it's a waste of time. It's a waste of money and it's a waste of time.
I'll tell you this. We played in a squirt tournament when my older son was...
Scott, who's had 2 European vacation trips for his daughter to play soccer.
Well,
nope, to train, actually. Wasn't even playing.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. I'll say this. I'll say, as a sports parent who's traveled, some of the most fun times of our lives as a family were tied into it. Here's what I would say. Enjoy the experience with your family rather than the net outcome of however the team does. And I think if you can do that, I treasure the times that I was in Fargo in February. It was a blast. I had an absolutely great time. Did our coach take it too seriously when he shifted the bench in overtime for 10-year-old hockey? Yeah. Did he apologize for it at the team party? Yeah. So the coaches just got to keep in mind. Like I had 2 parents on my baseball team one time say they didn't want to go to spring training with our baseball team for the 3rd year in a row because we didn't have a chance to win the tournament. And I'm like, what about going in the pool? What about catching a Rockies game? And you know what we did in that tournament? We did go. They didn't come with us. We played Kyle Karros' team, coached by his dad. It was the best youth baseball team I've ever seen in my life. And we lost. Guess what we did after the game, Scott? Tyler, guess what we did?
What'd you do?
You went to the pool.
We went to Red Robin.
We went to the pool. We went to Red Robin. We had fun. We had a good time.
Got Red Robin's in Denver.
Hey, if you don't want to
They
do
got
it,
pools in Denver.
I would say it's a waste of time if you think it's just all about winning the tournament or winning games. If you think of it,
It's a waste of money.
I think if you think of it as a family vacation, it could be the best time of your life. So,
Well, going back to Tyler's, guess what that training was? 2/3 of a family vacation.
well,
Yeah.
One third had to stay here.
Well, somebody had to pay for it, Scott.
That's true.
And on that note, we'll take a quick break. We'll have the next keyword for you to get involved with rock, paper, tickets with our great friends at Bud Light. Thank you to Bud Light for putting this all together. Another reminder, Wine Time is coming up Friday night at Elitch Gardens. Sip your way through 14 wine stations. Enjoy great bites, a DJ, and more. Get your tickets now at altitudesportsradio.com/wine. Wine Time is presented by the Halliburton Law Firm, Colorado's own personal injury and employment firm. Learn more at halliburtonlawfirm.com. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for Fanatics Sportsbook. Oh, my goodness gracious. Fanatics Sportsbook. Football almost here. Love it. Fanatics Sportsbook is giving you more ways to make it count. Game days already give you plenty to bet on. Fanatics Sportsbook gives you even more to play for with profit boosts all season long. And every time you bet with Fanatics, you're in fan cash, win or lose. Stack it up and spend it on more bets, tickets, trading cards, merch, exclusive Fanatics experiences, you name it. Fan cash is the true currency of sport. And with Fanatics, every wager pays you back regardless of the result. And fan cash, you can put toward next week's game or maybe that jersey you've been eyeing. New customers get up to $1,000 bet matched in fan cash across your first 10 days. Make the switch to Fanatics Sportsbook, the only sportsbook to reward every bet. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem. Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app. I bet you wish you had that one back, Scott.
It was still funnier the second time around.
Yeah. But, I mean, it's a good joke.
Yeah, I didn't really present it.
No. Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Visit them at mountainhighappliance.com. I have a new food item at Empower Field that I'll get to after we're done, but it's borderline amazing and disgusting all at the same time.
Oh, we got a unique one?
That will follow Let's Football Go with Dan Bud Squints Tanner. And a keyword sometime between now and 2:40, Dan.
All right, guys, let's hear from VJ yesterday on Q Robinson. And then I have a question for you guys about the Broncos defense. But here's VJ yesterday on what kind of steps Q Robinson has taken.
Awful lot. Last year he didn't play enough, and I knew that this year he would take that step, and he's obviously one of our guys that we're going to depend on to win games. I mean, he is that important to our rotation. He is very smart. He's got the size you want. He's prototype. He drops in coverage. He can catch the football. He can rush, set edges. So he's what you look for in the draft for that position, which is hard to find.
If you guys could wave your magic wand and say any of the, let's say, young Broncos defenders have a breakout year, if any young Broncos defender could have a breakout year, what player would benefit the Broncos defense the most by having a breakout season?
Probably Jahdae Barron.
That's a quirky question. Benefit the Broncos the most?
Benefit the Broncos defense this season the most.
Like that's why I went with him. I mean, you got your edge rushers are good. Even if Jonathan Cooper's out for a little bit, you still got Jonah Ellis. You still got Q Robinson. Feel pretty good about that. Linebackers, we could use some help there. If Red Murdoch wanted to turn into a stud or something like that. Interior defensive line, you're good. I would go with Barron.
If Red Murdoch could be the disruptor he was known for, that's causing fumbles and turnovers. I just don't think he's going to get that opportunity. My guy, and I know what you're saying about Jahdae Barron, but in terms of being disruptive and causing havoc, how about Tyler Oniendum on the defensive line?
That'd be a good one.
Right? Like to disrupt things there. That'd be effective. Scott, you got somebody?
Well, when you say new guy, are you talking about brand new to the team or still young?
I think you could just
go with young.
Second-year guy,
the
too.
guys on their rookie contracts. We'll put it that way.
All right. Okay.
I will tell you what,
Bo Nix.
and we've seen this 1,000. Yeah, we've seen it 1,000 times on contract years. But let Riley Moss have a breakout year, and Surtain play like Surtain, and all of a sudden those interceptions go from what they have last year, 7,
Not a lot.
8.
Yeah, not a lot.
To like 16, 17. Come on now.
That would be great. The fact that the Broncos were hovering around even in plus minus and giveaway takeaway last year and had 14 wins it's ridiculous. You want to talk about fast starts and breathe easy games, get more takeaways.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be incredible. And they did not have that last year. Next story, Dan.
Guys, we heard last week, Scotty, if you missed it, Roger Goodell was on a podcast with a German outlet saying he expects sometime in the future for there to be permanent NFL teams outside of the United States. NFL executives have pointed to London, Mexico City, and Toronto for future teams. But how realistic do you guys think that actually is? Like, how would that work logistically, having overseas teams? I mean, obviously, Toronto and Mexico City wouldn't be overseas. But if they were to have teams overseas, how do you think that would be viable logistically to work for the NFL?
Only Toronto. That'd be about the only one. And obviously they're not going to do that, I don't think. But Toronto would not be that big of a competitive disadvantage in terms of flights and travels and all that. I think the only way you can do it is if you put an entire division over in Europe. And that way you could be able to stay at home for half your games.
Well, you're not going to be able to put a full division in Europe because I don't think it could be sustainable for a while in different markets. That being said, if Toronto's easy to get to, Mexico City's easy to get to too. They charter flights anyway. London's not completely stupid, and they've got a pretty good NFL following in London now. But other than that, I don't see one in Paris. I don't see one in Rome. I don't see one in Madrid.
Guys, I think this is a long ways away, to be honest with you. I know this
if they're lucky.
I know it's a desire to do it, But you got to get to the 18-game schedule first and all that sort of thing. I'm not saying it will never happen. And Goodell's obviously laying the groundwork. But if anything like this happens in the next decade, I'll be surprised.
Yeah.
It's just. First
I'll
of all,
say this.
I don't think there's enough talent to do it right now.
That's true.
There's
not enough
I'll be
quarterbacks.
surprised
There's
if,
talent, but not quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I'll be surprised if Goodell is still the commissioner when it gets done.
Yeah, I don't know how long he wants to milk his $40 million a year job. I don't think he's going to retire anytime soon, but
probably not.
Listen, a global league, I mean, it's not crazy, especially when you look at, we'll go back to soccer. I mean, there's global tournaments, there's World Cup competitions. A league, though, it's an interesting concept, but I don't think we have to worry about it anytime soon. I think we'll have games for us in the Mountain Time Zone. We're going to have games at 7:30 in the morning, guys, sooner than later. Because when they go to this 18-game schedule, every team will play internationally at least once a year. So there'll be an international game practically the entire season. I mean, it feels like it is that way already. And, you don't like waking up at 7 o'clock. Well, so don't wake up. But there'll be millions of people that do. And then they're spreading the NFL worldwide. Yeah. It'll happen eventually. Next story, Dan.
All right, guys, we got the Vikings and J.J. McCarthy coming to town, picked 2 spots ahead of Bo Nix. I don't know if you guys have seen any of J.J. McCarthy in the preseason. He has been awful. In their last game against the Ravens, he went 5 for 10 with 81 yards, did J.J. McCarthy. Do you think J.J. is a Minnesota Viking at the end of this season? And if not, do you think there's any teams out there that would kind of give him a second chance? And who do you think it would be?
Hey, are you guys convinced that J.J. McCarthy's a better backup than Carson Wentz, who's also on their team?
Well, listen, the Vikings are not convinced that he's a better backup. He is splitting reps with Carson Wentz for the backup quarterback job. They're going back and forth. J.J. McCarthy isn't even promised the backup job.
What was his stats, Dan?
He was 5 for 10 with 81 passing yards. And by the way, he had a wide open touchdown that he just rocketed in there and missed it. He was not intercepted in that game.
The more fascinating quarterback storyline going on right now is Tua. Tua was running unopposed for the starting job out there in Atlanta, and Ian Rappaport put out something this morning saying he played so poorly it made it impossible to play him.
Well, he was terrible.
Tua had no competition, and he's lost a quarterback job without competition.
I didn't even follow.
And they won 34-6.
Oh, they won 34-6, and he played terrible?
He didn't play.
He didn't play at all.
Atlanta at Indiana, he didn't play. And the Falcons won 34-6.
Why didn't he play?
Probably because he's terrible, like Tyler just said.
That's why he didn't play in a preseason game, because he was
Strand was 12 of 17, 212 and a touchdown.
Well, he was terrible against the Broncos. That is true, man. And
yeah.
I mean, it was pretty ugly. They're a bad team. That's why they won 34-6. Okay, that Atlanta team is that's a struggle bus, no doubt about it. By
Michael
the way,
Penix getting the job.
Why not?
When he's healthy.
Wait, how much are they paying to him?
Well, I think he is back and he is healthy now, Scott. But they're saying they're not going to play him in the final preseason game because he hasn't been out there enough. So I bet Michael Penix is your day one starter.
And if that's the case, then and most of Tua's money is still being paid by Miami.
Oh, okay. Well,
they got him on a sweetheart deal. Jack Strand, I don't know much about Jack Strand, but I mean he had a hell of a game in Indianapolis.
Jack Strand, you don't remember him from playing against the Broncos?
Are you being serious?
No, I am totally being serious. He played against the Broncos.
Oh, okay. No,
I mean, in the
guess
preseason game, yeah.
I guess he did not stand out to me, no.
Yeah.
It's time for another Rock, Paper, Tickets keyword.
Deadline.
At some point you hit a deadline, but we haven't set a specific date yet that we have to have it all lined up.
Deadline.
Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
There you go. Deadline is the key word. Congratulations. We'll have a qualifier coming up here in about 20 or so minutes. 303-504-0925. First and last name. Qualify for that epic rock, paper, scissors tournament next Tuesday, September 1st at Rooftop Social in Rhino. Winner of the tourney gets a trip to Kansas City with flights, hotel, and tickets to the first game of the season, Denver at Kansas City on Monday night. Powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Next story, Dan.
Lastly, guys, Christian Gonzalez, the cornerback for the New England Patriots, says he's frustrated with contract negotiations between he and the team. We just saw Devin Witherspoon, you guys mentioned it earlier, became the highest paid corner in the NFL at $33 million a season. Where do you think Christian Gonzalez fits into the highest paid corners in the NFL when he eventually gets his deal done?
Oh, God, I have no idea.
Probably right in that category.
Is he okay? Is he going to get paid close to or above Witherspoon at 33?
I doubt if he gets paid above, but I bet it's $1.5 million less.
McDuffie's number 2, the highest paid at 31. Think he's around there?
Probably.
Is he the second best cornerback in the NFL?
No, but that's not what free agency is.
Is he is he in the top 5?
That's not what it is.
What is it?
It's are you the next man up?
And he's the next man up?
Yeah.
And are you available?
Good for him. Hey, good for him, man.
And Pat Surtain's at 24. How good does that deal look right now?
It looks pretty good. 10th best player in the NFL, according to the players.
Well, and next year, where does Riley Moss fall?
I
20
bet
plus.
Riley Moss is making close to 25.
Yeah. For the Denver Broncos or somebody else?
I hope it's here.
I do too.
There are a handful of teams. There's not many, but there's a handful of teams that have got 2 corners making over $20 million right now today.
Because if you got one position, wide receiver making 30 to 35, whoever's covering him's got to make someone similar.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the way it's going to be. And that's and the quarterbacks are making 50 to 60, and they ain't being paid to hand the ball off. So, and the running backs, I mean, hey, man. Actually, a couple running backs got paid this year, which was, probably a good sign for running backs. Maybe that turns around and comes up. My bet is that you see more running backs who are like R.J. Harvey, capable of catching the ball as well as running. More like that. There'll be more that come out like that, too.
I'm really excited about R.J. Harvey this year. Really excited.
He could have an amazing year.
I don't know when Jonah Coleman actually takes the reps that everybody thinks he's going to take. And he's really good. So this is not a Jonah Coleman hate. Like, I like what I see from Jonah Coleman.
Right.
But if R.J. Harvey is out there doing his deal, when does Jonah Coleman get his opportunity?
Probably when J.K. Dobbins is injured.
Yeah, see, I could see that, actually. I could see when J.K. Dobbins, if he goes down, I could see Jonah bypassing R.J. Harvey and becoming the every down back.
Being an every down back, exactly. And what you'll see is if you go 2 straight series, you run the ball well, and Dobbins needs a break, then you'll probably see, still with the threat to run, you'll probably see Coleman, won't you?
All right, maybe we have they're live at Dove Valley right now, and so Sean Payton should be stepping up momentarily. What we're really awaiting is to see if Sean is going to announce one way or the other who's playing and who's not playing. While we have a little bit of time for that, looking at my guy Zach Stevens from DNVR, the Broncos are adding a beast to their home games this year. Guys, are you ready for beast in a blanket?
Instead of a pig in a blanket?
Beast in a blanket.
So it's a hot dog wrapped in.
All beef hot dog.
It's a 2-foot grilled hot dog, barbecue biscuit, burnt ends,
hell yeah,
goat cheese, sharp cheddar, puff pastry, crispy onions, jalapeno slices, avocado cream, mile-high secret sauce. Can be found in section 128.
Dude, we're talking now.
Are we talking?
What's this thing running you?
Zach there was not a price point for this this beast in a blanket, so I don't know. I'm not sure. Would you be interested in buying a beast in the blanket at the next Broncos game you attend?
You had me at beast.
And on that, we'll take a quick break. We're anticipating Sean Payton coming to unveil what the plan is for Friday. That's next. All right, let's go to the podium. Sean Payton stepping up. Let's hear from the coach of the Broncos.
We'll meet tonight relative to, Friday's roles. What else do I have? Taylor Rapp came in, spent some time with him. He needs a little time at home and completely get what he's needing. And, there's a good chance, better than good chance, that I know how he felt being here. And so I think sooner than later that's going to happen. But this obviously took precedence. So just leave it at that. Any questions?
So he could be re-signed by the Broncos or something?
I just said that. Yeah.
How did he look when you saw him out there on Monday?
Good. It was early. But here's what we know. We've played against him. He's smart, which is a great trait to have as a safety. He's a good tackler. He can play down over the slot. He's got versatility. And this came up, and it was something that obviously needed address.
Sean, with both, just with him not going to the whole roster, do you know if he'll play on Friday?
We'll see. I mean, do I talk to you guys tomorrow?
No.
All right. He probably won't play in this game. All right. Let's not go through everyone else.
With you guys playing smart with Riley, you get an extra look at Jade and Chris. What have you seen from Avery Strain specifically? Because he's primarily played a little bit more on the outside.
Yeah, he kind of, came in a little bit towards the middle last part of the season, did some good things. One of his superpowers is his football IQ. He also has great ball skills. He's getting stronger, and I like kind of his curve.
Did you concur with
a definitive decision about quarterback 2?
No, not yet.
And would you keep 3?
Good question. It's if there were 8 roster questions, it's one of the 8 as you're looking at building your roster.
Yesterday, Vance voiced his displeasure with his group, especially leading into the game. When you have a roster that has so much continuity, is that an emphasis for you and your team to make sure that they stay on their feet?
I think it's keeping everyone sharp. I mean, I always ask them, hey, we earn the right. We have to earn the right to coach you hard, and then accept the coaching and everything. Every bit of it is meant with good intentions to improve.
No go for Bo. Wow. All right. Hey, well, you heard it first, kind of, with Leggy speculating about that a couple hours ago right here on PhD. Guys, your reaction.
That's why Leggy's our insider.
How about that? No go for Bo. If that's the case, then a bunch of guys aren't going to play.
If Bo Nix isn't playing, let's go down the list, man. I mean, that's why he probably said, I don't want to go down the list.
You ready? Waddle won't go. Sutton won't go. Mims won't go. Dobbins won't go. Bowles won't go. McGlinchey won't go. Miners won't go. Powers won't go. How am I doing? Anybody else on offense you want to throw in there?
Would you just say the starters?
The only guy I did not mention was Wattenberg, because I wonder if
he's not going to go.
Okay,
he's not. He's just getting back.
Okay, so he ain't going to go. Tight ends, I don't know. Do we care about Troutman and Evan Engram?
I'm sure Evan will not go.
Okay, Evan won't go. Right? If Bo ain't going, why would any of those guys go?
Yeah.
And backup quarterback's up for grabs. So this is a battle for backup quarterback. There you go. That's a fun one. There's your Friday night at the Denver Broncos. It's going to be the backup quarterback.
I think Sean reveals a lot, and I think my takeaway from that is this year they're not planning on keeping 3 quarterbacks.
That sounds like a good conclusion to me. That seems like a logical conclusion here. It's a waste of time. It's we don't need to do it. And this would tell me...
Especially you don't need to carry 3 quarterbacks when the 2 backups are both in year 8.
This would tell me Stiddy City is in big trouble today.
Well...
That's what I would take from that.
Why?
Because it's still up in the air. This shouldn't be up in the air. This should be a done deal. He makes $6 million a year.
I didn't take him quite as literal on that part, I suppose, but maybe that's just me.
All right. I mean, I'm not saying it's over for Stiddy City, but carrying 3 on the 53 seems dumb. You kept telling her
9 of 15, 82 yards and a pick. That ain't something you want to hang a hat on, is it?
Oh man, and listen, man, we We've seen the ceiling for Stidham. We get it. Why did you keep Ellinger last year? Why did you even care about him last year?
I think they're keeping steady.
Well,
why'd you just flip? Like all of a sudden you just flipped this whole last week.
He was so terrible in that game, and turning that ball over at the end of the first half is borderline inexcusable for somebody that's got that kind of experience.
Well, we just watched Sam Ellinger do it in practice. Does that not count?
No.
Yeah, but I can save myself $3-4 million.
And we watched Sam do it he threw a bad interception. Should have been in the first game. The guy was out of bounds.
Did you say should have? Did you say should have been or it was?
I did say should have been.
Okay.
Hey man, we'll see. We'll see how it mets itself out. But like, it's at least a conversation, as he just admitted amongst all the conversations. That's interesting about.
Listen, I think it should be a conversation too, but it ain't going to be. And Stidham's going to be here, and I disagree with Tyler. I do think they're still going to keep 3. I just think that's what Sean does. And if they don't keep the 3 that are in there, then our cat from New Orleans is going to be in here after the first week.
Well, guess what? We got something to watch on Friday night, boys. We got something. We're talking backup quarterbacks. Hey, whatever. But Bo ain't going. And you know what? This is a long way from I want them all to play into the third quarter. Like, that's what he said after the game. We're reversing course on that. They're not even going to go for a series or 2. They're not going to play at all. All right, cooler heads prevail. You see what things go from after a game to like 4 days later, 5 days later.
Right. That's why you should almost not even take anything, right? Not even worry about it.
Well, nobody took Sean seriously on that one after the game anyway.
Hey, by the way, Darren,
yeah, Scott.
for you there in the Friday, as you get ready for the Broncos on Friday?
Yeah, yes.
1 o'clock your time, Crystal Palace at Man City.
Oh, that's fun. That's cool. Yeah, I'll be checking that out for sure if I can find it.
Yeah, and Wrexham's playing Birmingham City.
Check this out. So I saw it on the text line. I had to verify it to see if this is true. NFL is eliminating the Pro Bowl. It's going away.
So stupid.
There will be no Pro Bowl. There will be no game. There will be no festivities.
No.
There still will be a Pro Bowl honor.
Good.
And there will be no alternates, obviously.
Good.
Yeah, it's just a list.
We get the foolishness of Trevor Siemian being a Pro Bowler.
Pro
that
Bowler,
actually happens.
bye.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Good. That's right. That is the right thing to do. And by
How about a game that everybody used to love 20, 25 years ago? We used to love to watch that thing. To now you're like, why are we doing this?
Well, because 20 years ago they used to hit and play games. I mean, they were blowing guys up in the Pro Bowl. I mean, it was a game. There were real practices that meant something. And that just went away, and there's no saving it. And there's so many ways for the NFL to make money. You can't be completely greedy. Even though all those foolish flag football games still got pretty good ratings. They did all right. But it's a good move by the NFL to not be total greed mongers and realize this thing it's not good for our brand. It's stupid. And they're getting rid. I'm glad to see that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised because even though it's not been a good product, it still gets eyeballs.
I got you, but
well, I know, but I'm just saying. Since when has the NFL ever turned down money?
Well,
and when you've got eyeballs on it, that's a moneymaker.
Here we go. They're setting they have some standards of what we actually look like. Even though there are eyeballs, you're right. Like you put the crappy Pro Bowl against the NHL.
I mean, every year we look at the viewership and we're stunned by how many people watch.
Correct, because it's right. But the standard is so ridiculous. It looks so dumb. So stupidness won out at the end of the day. So there you go. We'll all live without the Pro Bowl or the Pro Bowl flag football games or whatever it was.
I got a no dumb question.
Yeah.
What happens to the bonus? Do players still get a bonus?
I think if you get
because there's still a list, right?
Yeah, if you're a Pro Bowl player, sure. Why wouldn't you?
Okay.
I mean, is there anything about playing in that stupid game?
Well, if you want it, you got a bonus also.
Oh, well, I guess that goes away.
Yeah.
So I guess the guys making
split it up.
I guess the guys making $50 million a year are going to have to do without that Pro Bowl bonus.
I guess so.
Yeah. So I hope they live. Hope they can afford their groceries. Dan, do we have a winner for our rock, paper, scissors game?
Yeah, Ian Connors. Ian Connors is our last qualifier.
All right, way to go, Ian Connors. We'll have Nate and Andy with another keyword coming up sometime between 3:20 and 3:40. Don't forget, September 1st at Rooftop Social in Rhino. Winner of the tournament gets a trip to Kansas City with flights, hotel tickets. First game of the season, Denver at Kansas City, Monday night. Powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. All right, boys. Interesting developments here today. The wrap on Broncos training camp, the game on Friday. If you were to summarize... Bo not playing. If you missed it, Nate and Andy will have more reaction to that as their show goes on. I guess this is the official end of training camp, right? I mean, we're done now, and we're even done with preseason. The next thing we'll be talking about, aside from the game itself, which is...
We'll be talking about the 53-man roster on Monday.
We will. Any surprises you think to come on that?
No. None.
None.
This is the continuity experiment, man. Why would they veer from it now?
I have no idea. Any surprises? Any surprise guys making the team?
I think there will be a surprise or two, but it's not what we usually suspect. I think it'll be, oh wow, I didn't see that coming. Where maybe, your fumble guy makes it over another guy that's been it's been in the league 6 or 7 years.
Will it be Bentley or Jolie? Things like that.
Will it be Bentley or Jolie? Will all the draft picks make the team?
I bet not.
I bet Miles Scott's in a little bit of trouble right now. Although people have said he's well. That Taylor Rapp story was interesting. He's just got some.
I thought that was the most interesting thing at the press conference.
Yeah, I feel
sounds like he's having some issues back home that he needs to take care of, and it wasn't about his play.
No.
And I bet some people make fun or feel bad for making fun of him when the show started.
Well, I mean, he was on the team for like a day, so, I didn't know there was something more serious going on, but I do feel bad for the guy. I mean, stepping away from a job in an NFL team is not an easy decision, obviously.
So clearly something serious.
Yeah, I hope whatever it is resolves itself in a good way. And it sounds like he'll have a future with the team one way or the other. But, okay.
That was funny.
Sure sounded like you liked
follow-up. I mean, Sean literally did just tell us.
Yeah,
he's going to be back. Somebody asked, so you're saying he can be back with the Broncos?
That was Chris Thomas.
I just answered that question.
He just answered the question.
It's like being on a radio show, not listening to what the guy just said and then repeating it.
Or perhaps in the group text, sending the same story 3 different times.
Exactly.
Never happened.
That was a first.
Oh, you ought to see our Twitter thread. We literally come back, and you want to know who did not look at the thread all weekend long? It's the running joke amongst our show. We'll get the same damn thing. Everybody, hey, look at this. Really, it's better when you send it than I send it? Okay, cool.
So, hey, Andy, Bo Nix, not going to go.
Good.
All right.
Seriously, I don't want him playing.
He ain't going.
What do you need him playing for?
I don't think he needs to play either. I think but it's just funny because Sean was so pissed off after the game that he was talking about, the starters playing in the third quarter.
To your question?
We've gone to the third quarter to not at all. That's a pretty wide gap of, a different philosophy.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. You know what I always go back. Tyler, were you here 2010 when Ryan Harris and Lindahl White both got hurt because Josh was out to prove something? You'd already moved on to Washington, right?
Yeah, I was in Seattle, actually, but yeah.
I will never forget that because, there's only a couple times where I remember Shanahan wanted to prove to all of us that you're making too much of preseason, so he got kind of serious in like the third game and ran stuff. I
forgot Lindahl White was even here.
Yeah, well, because he didn't get a play because Josh picked him up as the big goal line back, and they had a horrible preseason in 2010. Kyle was hacked off and for good reason, because they drafted Tim Tebow. Tim was in here just trying to be Tim. Brady Quinn's pissed off because he was promised a shot he never got. Josh lied to half the guys that were trying to make the team, and they couldn't run the damn football. So Josh decided he was going to show everybody in that final game against Minnesota, we can do this. And then Ryan jacks his ankle up at the goal line, and it might have even been the same play, and Lindahl White blows out his knee or did something, and he never played for the team. And it went from, all right, show me something, to, wow, it'd be cool if we had those guys. It sucks they got hurt in a game that doesn't mean anything. So I always think of that when I think about let's play these. Who cares? Just get to KC and
also, when Sean's all annoyed because like the Jared Stidham offense and the second and third string defense sucked, you can go put that film on for the starters, and they're going to go, I wasn't out there.
Yeah, that wasn't me.
Yeah, like, okay, yeah, you're mad at a bunch of guys that are going to be on the practice squad or not be here at all.
That's what it felt like post-game covering them. Like, who cares?
Well, but here's where I will.
What's the big deal?
I'll tell you what. Here's the one thing I'll tap into Sean that I mentioned to Nate. And I'm trying to had a lot of self-talk about this preseason. But, look, Bill Barnwell wrote about it. The defense is towards the end of last year, and he pointed out from week 11 on, they were not getting teams off the field the rate that they did. They were not rushing the passer the same way that they did. And I realized it was a bunch of, for the most part, dudes that won't be playing. But the Packers still did go down. And do you realize they had like a 16-play drive that first drive? That one against the Scrubs. And the other thing that bothered me from the other night, if this Riley Moss thing and the Broncos have this magic way of, it's no big deal, and then then Dre Greenlaw doesn't play for 5 or 6 games. Chris Abrams-Drain, a guy that I think pretty highly of, could not cover the Packers receivers. He kept getting picked on.
Here's the angry, Andy. Let's go. Preseason football. Let's go.
You can't tell me you just can't. Sean's right. You can't just ignore that part of it.
I'll tell you this. If you're going to rant and rave on the positive side about how great it was in the first game, it's certainly equally fair to point out the negatives in the second one.
Now, it may not matter come KC, and I hope it doesn't. But, I don't know. Modern NFL preseason is super weird, man. Super weird. I don't know how they do it. I used to feel like I could get a feel from a team watching some of the games because they would do the whole, one drive, 1 quarter, 2 quarter thing.
That's over.
Now you don't do anything, and I guess you just trust your gut, right? But all that said, don't play ball.
It's the salary cap sport where if you damage yourself by having a big chunk of your salary cap go down with injury, well, then you've just killed your season.
It's KKSC FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. Yeah, I'm more than fine with it. I you get the first 2 weeks of the regular season that kind of
is becoming the new preseason.
It is. It is.
Someone wrote that when they said we're on our way to the 18-game season. I saw a guy wrote it years ago. I don't remember who I'd credit him. But they said it will become the first 3 weeks of this season will become basically preseason.
Well, that's why I wouldn't take anything that happens, anything in the first 2 weeks of the regular season, all that serious.
Well, the Broncos were 1-2 after 3 games last year.
Yeah, great point.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, and then it did the thing where the schedule just, you looked ahead at the schedule and you're like, they're about to go on a run. And then they went undefeated. Do you remember? I came in and I was ranting when they were 1-2. I was like, watch, they're going 7-2 in their next 9 games. They went 9-0.
There you go.
You did say that.
They didn't lose a single one of those. And we're going to do the same thing with the first 6 games this year, but it is a patsy fest after that. It lines up.
There's one. Kansas City at home's in there. But who knows what they're going to be like?
Listen,
but
I'm not
aside
sure
from
Mahomes
Kansas
going to be
City,
right in the first one.
They still have problems.
Aside from
their
Kansas
offensive line is still a disaster.
All right, so just lump them into the cupcakes, and you're right.
Yeah.
There's like an 8-game winning streak staring at the Broncos.
Should be.
Oh, yeah. Now, again, they're going to be, and Sean's been really good about this in their tenure, but we pointed out, look, like I know Carolina, we look at Carolina, roll our eyes. Be careful. They were a playoff team. They look like they might have figured some things out with Canales towards the end of last year. That could be a sneaky, tough team.
They're still an NFL team.
And
anything
Andy,
can happen.
This gets to what we talked about yesterday, though. Like next year, you probably don't win the Eagles game. Next year, you probably don't win the Giants game. Just because when your probability of winning the game is that friggin' low, you don't get to do that multiple times. So you just have to flat out be a better football team, but the schedule sets itself up where you should be able to go on a run.
You know what? And I thought about the only thing I will say, I feel like I'm going against my own religion here growing up. I did watch John Elway for multiple years find a way to win those games that he should not have won. And I'm like, you know what? Again, we don't know for sure. Maybe that's a Bo Nix thing. We don't, because really, he's done it 2 years in a row. The rookie year, you're just thinking, I listen, the crazy thing is we said it all year in practice, too, for training camp.
But the thing about John, though, was like, and it proved itself out over and over and over again, is that luck does run out.
No, it does.
You can get to the Super Bowl, but then it's like, oh, we're playing a different league.
Even his
here.
ability, when I think back on my childhood, and I've talked to Vance Johnson and Mark Jackson about this, what was funny is those comebacks, he had the right guys to play jazz with him. You got to have the right guys to play jazz in that last 2 minutes with you.
You don't think Jalen
Rod
Waddle's one of
Smith
those
and
guys?
I hope he's going to be.
No, he
yeah.
could be,
I
but
hope
you don't
he's gonna
know.
be.
Look, man, there were some better teams where I thought they could do it, and they never really could figure it out.
Cortland's a good jazz guy.
Yeah,
I don't.
Sure.
Yeah, we got to see if Jalen, if that's what he's going to be.
By the way, you know what the Broncos have
hopefully they're
also
not playing too much.
I
of
think
it.
what they've also proven too, at these joint practices. Hey, I hear about how important they are. I think it's a total waste of time.
Well, it's funny. Saquon came out and blasted him.
I think they're logistically a pain in the ass. I think that pushes guys to do a little bit extra that can lead to other bad things. And it's just a distraction top to bottom.
Did
like
you
all of
guys
it.
watch Hard Knocks last night?
Yes.
No, I wanted to, but my daughter wasn't into it. So
Hard Knocks has been phenomenal.
First
this year.
off, the all the joint practice footage was phenomenal, and then you listen to Darnold talk about it, and he's just like, "We don't even need preseason games. Let's just do this."
Well, that's what they're going to start doing. I bet you when they get to the 18-game schedule, maybe the preseason will get back to it'll be for the backup guys in a game situation to see how they do.
Yeah,
but the practices will be what they read.
So why don't you just?
I assume quarterbacks always love those things though, because you're not allowed to hit them
so
anyway.
you could theoretically then spread out your what's going to be 2 preseason games and throw a joint practice at the stadium.
Dude, you
and
could do
throw
2
that
of
in
them.
there.
Charge people, yeah.
You could do
And
2
then you
joint
get your
practices.
games.
Why don't you just get rid of preseason games altogether?
They might.
And just do joint practices at the stadium.
If the NFL
How about
owners
that?
are willing to, if enough people quit showing up to these games, they certainly will.
I've been
But remember the
begging to
Broncos.
kill the preseason
Well,
for
you know,
decades.
By the way, that's exactly what they should do. They should kill the preseason games.
Yeah.
They should do joint practices at the stadium and televise the joint practices.
But here's the problem. Go tell the Penners that when 70,000 just showed up to that game the other night.
I bet 70,000 would show up for the joint practice.
The only other issue though is the thing about the joint practice though is they want the 2 fields,
right?
So that you can have
Both
every unit
units
working at
going at the
once
same
within the
time,
practice
blah, blah,
window.
yeah.
But to your point, you could do that for a day. And then
Dude,
say,
you can-
okay,
here's how you do it.
Here's in
Just-
stadium scrimmage and
Yes. Like you split the field in half, the 50-yard line. So it's this going 50 to goal line, the other 50 to goal line.
like
You
it's
can-
youth soccer practice.
Kind of,
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's an Avs game between the first and second period. We're going to have the squirts out there on, the short ends. You could do stuff like that.
Listen, here's the deal. I don't care. You know what? We're celebrating today. I'm so happy.
What's that?
Did you hear the news of the day?
Jed
just
York?
broke.
What?
The Pro Bowl is no more.
Oh, we just talked about
They're
it. Yeah,
just there. It's all done. It's all done. None of it. Just name them and call it good. Nate's been hearing this complaint of mine for years with the Pro Bowl. Just kill the thing.
Let's get rid of it.
Thank God it's out of its misery. My God.
I will maintain that I watched 5 minutes of the flag football game this year, and I was entertained.
Good.
And then I went to commercial, and then I
Solid
changed
5
to
minutes.
something
You know
else.
what that is?
And I never went back.
That's not even a YouTube video. DMac and I try harder than that on a YouTube on a Tuesday.
I don't have time to be watching a full
Then you're
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Get that out
By
of
the way,
here.
you know why I didn't catch Hard Knocks? This is nuts. There's like a bear in my neighborhood.
I got one too.
The Bears are. There's a story in Westford about bears.
Well, you know what's freaking
They're
me
all
out?
they're here because there's
no food.
It's all
Right,
dried
drought
out.
and fires.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
But what scared
No,
me
and ever
yesterday,
since Ben Johnson came back, they just won't get out of our
well,
life. It's
you know
so
what?
annoying.
Like your bears, I'd like my bear to move to Indiana. Get the hell out of here.
Wait,
we got
hold on.
cubs.
Did you see a bear in your neighborhood?
Here's the problem. I saw a Ring. Our Ring app is the connection to everything is what we do. And I know whose house posted it, and it was a baby bear cub. And I'm like, now we got a problem. The bear is one thing. Go eat my trash all you want. I don't need mama and the babies around. 'Cause I walk my dogs at night.
Yeah, Friday night.
I got a spastic boxer. He'll freak people out. I got to wait till it's dark.
Friday night, Green Mountain. The bear was pinging right on my cul-de-sac. They were pinging the Ring cameras all over the place. One of our neighbors texted us and was like, "Hey, be careful! There's a bear outside."
Well, you realize
I was like, "Where? I want to see it."
1 mile down the road a couple weeks ago, a bear got hit at the intersection of Yosemite and whatever that is near the hub. 1 mile down the road, and they.
God, it's nuts.
Yeah.
See, I'm by Dakota Ridge High School, and there's a bunch of open space.
The
So I
Bears-
like to walk my dog.
Hey, I mean,
Bears are
again,
everywhere.
That Bears defense is a mess, so
well.
they can't take a hit. We know that.
I thought you were going to say the great news is that the Rockies traded Brenton Doyle for the starting pitcher of the future, Mason Adams.
Jason Adams. He was good yesterday.
Dude, if you get a starting pitcher for Brenton Doyle, that might be the steal of the lifetime.
It's pretty good.
If that ever works.
It's pretty
I'm
good.
just throwing some Rockies past you.
Well, you might as well. You got about 3 more weeks, and again,
here's my.
I didn't know if they were going to
down.
win. I didn't know if they were going to win another game this year.
Can I give you guys my worry though? Hunter Goodman is having the greatest catching offensive season in Rockies history, and it's going to be for a 100-loss team. He's never going to do this again. It sucks. So you're getting an all-timer of a season in just in this era of Rockies
You're getting
baseball.
some very weird, like, incredible individual season performances by a couple of dudes.
Yeah.
In a, like, TJ Rumfield is having a great,
marvelous season.
Fantastic rookie season.
Yeah, marvelous.
Moniak and McCarthy are both having,
Both been very good.
great years.
Okay, how did they not get an offer from Moniak? What went on?
They
there?
might have. I bet they did, and they just weren't willing to move it.
They
I bet
wanted
they. Do you blame them?
Yeah.
But that being said, you're right. You're going to have things that are lost in the wash, and they are right there for being the worst team in baseball again. I mean, it's a battle between them, the A's, and the Angels.
And we don't know what if there were offers for Goodman, what they look like. But I really wonder how much the Cal Raleigh experience has just frightened teams off of Cal.
What a disaster!
It's not just Cal Raleigh, although he has hit 4 home runs over the last 2
By
games.
the way, Goodman is a subpar catcher. Would you just move him to DH?
Yeah, but like the only other problem is, and especially with these National League clubs, and a lot of them haven't gotten to this place yet, they have like a lot of guys they want to use for DHs. Do you find this throughout the National League is just like, okay, well, this is a chance to give an outfielder a day off, or this is the day to give, a third baseman a day off. And I think the Rockies view the DH thing as, well, you don't want to kill an outfielder by making him play in our expansive 1,000-acre outfield every single day. So, hey, once a week, you can go DH. So they kind of rotate their way through it.
Fine, but is it better to kill your best power hitter?
I don't know.
Having him, catch the Rockies pitching staff?
Well, he did throw a guy out stealing yesterday.
Tagging
him up at the back foot.
His arm is so subpar in terms of a major league catcher.
Yeah, no, I do think he's going to have to make a position change. And, they use him at DH as much as they can.
Where would he go? Ain't
Good
going to
question.
first.
No, that's
Ain't
Rumfield's.
going to third.
And Rumfield's good defensively, too.
He is.
Yeah.
He is.
Yeah.
He ain't going to the outfield.
That's why you trade him to a good American League team that only needs his bat. American League team. How about that old school take?
Hey, by the way, good American League team.
Yeah.
Is there such a thing? My God. The American League sucks so bad right now. It's incredible how bad they are in the National League is so friggin' stacked compared to the AL.
Crazy. It's nuts.
Yeah.
How can the Brewers actually win with no hitting home runs? Can you win like that? Can you win a World Series like that?
I don't know. They keep doing it.
Boy, they are fun to watch, man.
They just keep doing it. I hate that team so much. I respect the hell out of them, but God, I hate them.
Aren't they playing Moneyball? Isn't that what I heard?
Yeah.
They get on base. Everyone keeps bringing up the Moneyball games.
With pitching, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, they drafted. Wasn't Mizorowski a second-round pick, and now he's the most unhittable, pitcher in baseball?
So another guy the Rockies passed on.
Bryce Terang is awesome. Even in a year that Yelich has sucked, it hasn't mattered. They're well managed. It's just a well-constructed club, man. They annoy the hell out of me.
Aren't your Cubs doing all right?
They are. They're doing well. They lost last night. They gave up 5 runs between the 8th and the 9th.
Are there a lot of Bears in Illinois?
No.
Because you got the Bears and the Cubs.
No.
So what the hell's your fascination with the animal?
I don't know.
Wait a second.
I never saw a bear there.
What does it take to have a bear?
What do you mean?
Woods, right?
Like trees?
Yeah, you got a lot of trees.
What is there anything else besides woods and trees?
Streams with salmon in them, I suppose. I guess.
Is that what we have in Colorado? We have a lot of streams.
Plentiful
with
trash
salmon?
cans to take advantage of when foraging.
I'll never forget.
Well, you need some caves for them to sleep in, don't you?
We were playing, I think it was like 16-year-old travel ball or whatever. We were the Lakes Youth Athletic Association. I don't know why they did this, but they just, on the front of our jerseys, it just said Lakes. Okay? It just said Lakes.
Yeah.
So we were playing Lake Zurich. Lake Zurich was the Bears.
All
right? I'm playing second, and my good, recently departed friend, Eric Grote, is playing shortstop. And dude on Lake Zurich gets to second base, and he's and you're standing there between pitches, and this kid just looks at us and he goes, "Where the hell are all lakes? Where are all the lakes?" And my friend Eric Crow just goes, "It's right there, dumbass. Where are all the bears in Lake Zurich?" And that dude didn't have a comeback.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you weren't the only smart guy in your group, huh?
No, a whole bunch of smart asses, let me tell you.
Hey, let me ask one as I go out the door. Who'd you guys land on as the most likable athlete compared to Dolly Parton?
Man, we couldn't come up with one.
We
Because
didn't
here's the
find
problem.
one.
Here's the
She
problem.
is something else, though. That's a great observation.
Yeah.
Someone is gonna hate you in sports because of the.
So who did you guys land on?
We really couldn't come up with one.
Nobody.
This is what's so funny.
Shohei Ohtani
is gambling.
What about it?
But people wonder. People don't feel like they're getting
Are you
a
on
straight
the up and up?
story.
Hey, really quickly.
Oh, so even wondering takes you down a
Well,
notch
I mean,
or
but
two?
we're talking about find somebody who tells me something negative about Dolly Parton.
Ichiro
I'm
Suzuki.
watching like emo artists on Instagram. Shout out Dolly Parton.
Yeah, she's awesome.
I don't even know how they know who she is.
Ichiro, fake hit king. You can't count the hits that he got in Japan. Pete Rose is the real hit king. I'm just playing
that's not
devil's
an
advocate.
take. That's just what they'll tell you.
That's what they'll tell you.
And
that's
look,
what's so funny. Somebody texted, because people were responding to our video about it.
Oh, yeah.
And somebody was like, Muhammad Ali. And I was like, Muhammad Ali?
Oh, he was hated.
They would hate his guts today.
Oh, he was
They'd
hated.
They hated him back then.
They'd tell him to stick to sports. Shut up and dribble,
Yes,
Muhammad.
everybody's got, again, even the uber religious. Well, not everybody agrees with your religious choices.
They're hard
That
to
doesn't
find.
match up with
Muhammad
everybody.
Ali, if you just looked at it, might have been one of the most hated athletes ever. And popular at the same time.
And
It was-
popular.
it was,
He was polarizing.
Yeah.
Did you guys realize, by the way, that Dolly Parton was a long-time, big-time P1 of our station?
What?
No, what?
Yeah.
What?
She wrote a song about us.
Come on, give me the punchline.
I'm waiting for it.
925?
Okay.
That's, you know what? Cue the promo. Come on, Marky.
Thank you. Thank you.
You can't clap your own damn joke. Get out of here with it.
Thank you. Hey, when you get the guy to leave the room, that's how you know. That's how you know.
We're all just stupefied. Was Stupefy a song?
It's a song about this show in particular.
Yeah, no, this song is just stupid.
And with that, we'll begin our really dumb radio show with the keyword. Are we still doing the keyword spring? Are we? Yeah, keywords. We got keywords.
Baby, we
okay.
got to get people out to the ultimate rock paper scissors
Okay.
deal.
We got Devin and Dane keywords for you coming up next.
That was a lot of fast talking. Well, I'm not going to fast talk you about Wahoo's Fish Tacos because I want you to get on over there. Get on over to Wahoo's Fish Tacos, any of the 4 locations in the greater Denver metro area. There's one in Boulder. There's one out in Longmont. There's one at Park Meadows Mall. I'll be going by there tomorrow with old Jeff Legwald. And there's one in Highlands Ranch. Great patios for you to go and relax on the more comfortable evenings. And I'll tell you what, we are getting to the time of year where you're sitting on a patio and enjoying your dinner is going to be the place to be. Watch a sunset. You can do it at Wahoo's Fish Tacos. Great place for dinner. Of course, it's a fantastic place for lunch, but great place for dinner. They've got a lot of great selections for you. You can change up a little bit of what you're doing. Do you like salsa? They've got fresh salsa selections for you every day. They've got a green salsa that's fantastic. They've got the spicy if you like. The mild's fantastic too. I think the chips and queso are great. You can get any of their great proteins as a taco, as a bowl, as a burrito. I love their outer reef burrito. Enchiladas as well. It's just a great place to go and kind of get a vibe for the beach. And I know summer's been hot and long, but if you just want to get something a little bit different, it's Wahoo's Fish Tacos. Go and check them out. They've got a great happy hour. And on Thursdays, kids eat free. So keep that in mind for tomorrow. It's Wahoo's Fish Taco.
Is this the Stupefy song?
Thank you to the text that remembered it was Disturbed. And thank you to Mark Springer for making sure he got the right version on. I didn't know there were two versions.
Well done. Yes. Remember we had a good new metal discussion earlier in the baseball season.
That's right.
Yeah, because Mason Miller was coming into Korn. Yeah,
this is the one where he like clears his throat 9 times.
That's a good riff.
Forgot about this one.
It's a good throaty riff.
Hey, since we're in the music thing anyway, I already told you, but I gotta put a plug out to it. Listen, friend of the show, Mark Hoppus, who we had on around the time that the Avs were winning cups and life was great. He now has an Apple podcast, and he's got one with Social Distortion lead singer Mike Ness, two of my most favorite bands ever, very influential people. And if you want to hear about his raw interview and as to where things came and went and all the stuff Mike went through and the cancer battle and all this, and because the Social Distortion's coming to the Mr. Ballroom in about a month, go and listen to that on Apple Music because it is fantastic. So
I believe the Descendants are going to be touring with them on that.
Well, that's what's funny because Mark Hoppus said he went to his local music store when he discovered Social Distortion and handed him the Descendants' first tape at the time and said, "What's like this?" And the guy gave him Prison Bound and something from Sonic Youth.
He told us on this very show it was the Descendants that made him want to get into punk rock. Yes, that's our good buddy, our close friend, Mark Hoppus.
You know, the Descendants, I believe the singer, one of the guys from the Descendants, I don't know if it's Milo, but one of the guys from the Descendants has the Blasting Room, which is the punk recording studio up in Fort Collins.
I believe that's Bill Stevenson.
All right. You know what?
What do you got for me?
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, my son just saw the
So
bear
the bear is out in the neighborhood?
Yeah, I don't know, man. My son's not listening to the show. He, I guess, was heading up to Dakota Ridge.
Unlike Dolly Parton, not
well,
a P1?
my wife is a P1, but not apparently, which, again, that's a Nate thing. You ought to feel proud. But yeah, my son just texted and he goes, "I think I just saw a bear cub." Okay, great. And so I asked him where, and he goes, "Literally on our street." I'm like, these are all words I don't want to hear. Keep the pug inside. We don't need the pug to be a bear snack.
Taylor Rapp's not on the Broncos now? He was on the Broncos, and now he's not on the Broncos. Here's Sean Payton today on what happened with the whole Taylor Rapp thing.
Taylor Rapp came in, spent some time with him. He needs a little time at home and completely get what he's needing. And, there's a good chance, better than good chance, that I know how he felt being here. And so I think sooner than later that's going to happen. But this obviously took precedence. So just leave it at that. Any questions?
So he could be re-signed by the Broncos or something?
I just said that. Yeah.
I apologize for wanting clarification on this very confusing situation where you signed a player last week and then you talked to him and now he's not on your team anymore. I'm sorry. Can we make sure that we got the details correct on this, Sean? I don't think you need to get too snippy on this one. It's a weird, confusing situation.
I just said that.
Yeah, he's got a bunch this year already. Yeah, man, I don't, wasn't it just yesterday, spring, or was it? The hell day is it? Was it Monday that he was just talking about how great they're at the safety position and it wasn't about a need of depth there? It's that Taylor Rapp was available. So
because he's so good, we had to have him.
So I guess, you know what this is? This is a vet that doesn't need camp. And you know what they may even do? In order to not have the salary guaranteed because of his years of service, maybe we don't even see Taylor Rapp till the second game of the season, because if he's not on the roster the first game of the season, all that stuff. Remember that, all the little reindeer games they play, as Berto likes to say.
Yeah, but you can do that without signing him.
No, you're right, but they must have got here and needed to go home and handle something, and they just decided. What I think is interesting, they did sign a left tackle. You see that?
I did.
So
yeah,
I don't know, man. Look, whatever.
I'm confused.
Well, doesn't matter.
What's going on here?
I would tell you it doesn't.
Confused.
Yeah, I am.
It doesn't matter. They know who they got. They know what their team is.
Yeah,
and
but
then he's going to come back and.
But Andy, this is weird.
Well, yeah, but
this whole thing is weird. They signed him, and then they talked to him, and then they were just like, "Yeah, why don't you leave?"
Well, I think he wanted to go home.
Well, sure, I want to go home too.
Well,
I'm contractually
there's
obligated
the
to be
door.
here.
I don't know, man. Whatever. They said he's going to be back. We'll see if he's back. I don't know.
They tell me every day I'm supposed to be here until 6 o'clock, so I don't just leave and go home.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
I guess I'm the curious one about what in the world is going on here.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, I know you don't know, but
I don't know how we got here. I don't know why we did this. I don't know why.
Exactly. Like, I have further questions. All right, well, here's Sean Payton. How did Taylor Rapp look in practice?
Good. It was early. But here's what we know. We've played against him. He's smart, which is a great trait to have as a safety. He's a good tackler. He can play down over the slot. He's got versatility. And this came up, and it was something that obviously needed address.
Okay. All right.
He'll be back next week.
I'm still confused. So they signed him, and now he's gone, and then they can re-sign him? There's a lot of transactions.
There's a plumbing issue at his house. You need to go home.
Well, that's happened to me before.
Yeah.
You know what? I have left in the middle of the show because of a plumbing issue at my home.
You need to go home and handle a little plumbing issue, and then,
I got a leak, Coach. I don't know what to tell you. Toilets!
Yeah.
He's having problems with his toilets.
That's right. So he'll be back.
All right, so let's get Sean filling us in on the news of the day that Taylor Rapp left. Will Bo Nix play on Friday?
We'll see. I mean, do I talk to you guys tomorrow?
No.
All right. He probably won't play in this game. All right. Let's not go through everyone else.
He wanted to be able to not have to say it today.
He was going to play his games, dude.
Is this like a part of coach training camp?
Yeah, man, I don't. You know what? So
there's an opportunity for me to be able to warm up and get ready for the season and be able to F with opposing coaches.
This is old school coaching. I'm more used to this than any of the new school coaches.
For the
right?
preseason?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Sean.
Oh, they'll never see this coming.
Now, does Bo just go running out there to shock everybody? Is that he's not going to play? Yeah, he's playing.
He's playing.
Well, you heard it was funny because Sean did make the comment. I believe it was Monday because he didn't talk yesterday, so it had to be Monday. So Sean made the comment Monday when asked how many quarters or whatever, as a natural follow-up after he said after the game he's going to play him into the third quarter.
Yeah.
What are you going to do with these guys as far as playing them on this game? And he'd said, I don't know. We're going to talk to Minnesota to see what they want to get out of it. So it's funny. You and DMac were talking about joint practices. They're kind of handling this preseason game very much like a joint practice.
Yeah, it's kind of what they
start
do.
Your guys? No, we won't start our guys either. Then fine, we don't care.
Yeah, we don't need to bother to waste our time. We'd like our guys getting the work of ones-on-ones, but if you're not going to, then let's not even bother.
And I'm sure there's a little, do you want me to show you some of our defense or no? Do you want a bunch of vanilla looks? What do we want to do here? Do you have some guys you wouldn't mind seeing a couple? I'll tell you one of the guys you may need to figure out is Jake McCarthy. The word is, I saw another article
I think he's
today.
a great outfielder.
Isn't JJ? What's JJ? Jake Johnson McCarthy? Huh? Good old JJ McCarthy? Jake McCarthy is the Rockies outfielder, but
he is.
Isn't he also the Vikings quarterback? What the hell's the JJ?
It's a great question. I don't
Jeremiah
know.
Johnson? Now I got to look. But anyway, JJ McCarthy's
I'll
not look good. They had said that
Jonathan James.
Really?
Old Johnny Jim.
Jimmy. Johnny Jimmy McCarthy?
Johnny Jimothy.
He may want to go by Jimmy McCarthy. You might get him a job after he gets released by the Vikings because that's what could happen, they said. Do you think there's a world where that happens? How about this? Do you think if he is going to be the third guy, which would just be emergency situation, he's playing the old Sam Ellinger role, you go from starter to third guy, does he ask to be let go? Or you just take your NFL paycheck and shut up? Does he have any eligibility left?
He's a first-round pick. Like, that's a good paycheck.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
But
yeah. No,
maybe they don't like that paycheck anymore. That's guaranteed.
But that's
though,
guaranteed. You're a first-round pick. He was, number 10 overall? They got to pay you
9.
that money.
Didn't they go up to 9?
Okay.
Didn't they trade up 9 times?
Even better. I don't know what the step up is from 10 to 9, but I'm sure J.J. McCarthy would like all of it in his bank account.
Yeah, but remember, as you get lower, When you get further into the contract, the number gets lower. But yeah, I've read something that said he legitimately could be released because that's how bad this has all been.
It sounds like KOC is just not a fan.
Yeah, I really,
doesn't like this guy one bit.
How the hell did you get here is what you'd like to know. You know what I mean? Why did you guys draft this guy? See, for all those that want to know, and I don't think anybody's asking anymore because Pat Surtain's turned out to be fantastic. But when Jeff Legwald says, you don't draft a quarterback unless everybody's all in, this J.J. McCarthy thing is what Jeff is talking about.
And
clearly the coach wasn't.
And it doesn't help that Bo Nix has gone 10 wins, 14 wins so far in his career, and everybody in Minnesota is just going, well, what the hell are we doing
with
right
a coach
now?
That is all in on it?
Yeah, when you have a needed quarterback and then you either don't take a quarterback and then a guy gets drafted a couple of picks after your pick and he ends up being an MVP, Josh Allen.
Yeah, we all know what you're talking about.
Or if you draft the wrong quarterback.
Sam Rosen.
Yeah.
Josh Rosen?
Josh Rosen,
Bob
too.
Rosen?
Yeah. Derek Rosen.
Mike Rosen. Mike Rosen's more well-known than Josh Rosen right now. Mike Rosen had a little talk show. Hell of a run.
He sure did. But yeah.
I know both his daughters, so they got that.
Hey.
I don't know what you do with that. That and a buck will get you what? Nothing.
I'll always remember when the Rockies won 163, and it was, in the beer shower in the clubhouse afterwards in 07. And I just happened to eavesdrop on a conversation, and I heard Dick Monfort saying to Mike Rosen, you're the one guy that always believed in us. And, gave him a big hug.
Yeah. Mike didn't host a sports talk show there.
Right. He was hosting a news program on the club partner. So
Sure,
he sure did always believe.
He was allowed to believe in you.
Yeah. He kind of had to.
He got every baseball season, his thing was to play the Who's on First bit.
That was how he started baseball season?
Yes, every opening day.
All right.
I have a lot of respect for Mike. He's a very nice man to me over at KOA.
It's a good bit.
I'm trying not to take shots at the guy.
Andy,
but
it's a good bit.
Yeah. But I'm not going to tell you, I also did eye roll a bit as his producer. Hey, you know where this is? No, I don't know where the damn reel-to-reel of this bit you want is. It literally, I had reels to reel. The old reel-to-reels. The big ones, too. Not little ones, the big ones.
I can't start the season without Who's on First.
We can't let the game go off until you've heard a bad comedy bit from the 40s?
Who's on First was probably the 50s,
yeah.
Maybe? Could have been.
Laurel and Hardy, right?
Yeah. Now I have to know. All right.
Laurel and Hardy weren't beloved by everybody. Hey, no Dolly Parton.
Not exactly. Who's on First? It was Abbott and Costello. Actually.
My bad.
Yeah, idiot.
Hey, what year?
56.
Yeah,
pretty
we
good.
aren't old enough.
Yeah, pretty good.
Born almost 20 years later.
A gold record of Who's on First is in the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown.
Was that the only thing on the record?
It was the 45. You got to
flip
it over midway through.
Yeah.
They're in the middle of a joke, and you're like, crap, I got to go change the
What's
record.
What's the punchline? Turn that thing over.
Oh, he's really holding out to hit that laugh. Oh, wait a minute.
I need the 50-minute version of Who's on First.
Spring's like, just do the damn keyword. The hell are you guys doing?
The keyword is no.
Spring hit play. Just go.
It's time for another rock, paper, tickets keyword.
Elaborate. We have guys that are flexible. We'll be fine.
I was going to ask the same question.
We'll be good.
Elaborate on that.
No.
Okay.
No. I just elaborated.
Elaborate.
Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
Andy, spell elaborate.
ELABORATE.
Well done. Nice.
Yeah! Well, I get paid to do so.
Yeah. So. Did you, by the way, you do quite a bit of elaboration. Did you see that, like, a part of the Dan Quinn, he's trying to change the culture with the Manders? And so a part of the the mission there, or his strategy was they had a spelling bee. He made the Manders have a spelling bee this year.
What?
Yeah.
What culture are you trying to change?
It's it's camaraderie. It's a team building activity, Andy.
A spelling bee?
Yes.
You sure? Because I'm going to tell you how I'm going to approach that if we ever have a station spelling bee.
Yeah.
Kevin Shockey.
You don't think you could pull it off?
I'm purposely throwing the match so I don't have to do any more.
Let me give you one of the words from the Manders spelling bee, and you let me know if you can get it. Miscellaneous.
Yeah, probably not.
All
right. MISCELLANOUS.
Ooh.
So close.
You needed to elaborate further and put in an E.
Where?
Miscellaneous.
Oh, okay.
Miscellaneous, not miscellaneous.
Well,
it's my fourth grade teacher. Miscellaneous.
Could be your old nickname if you're not careful.
That was Bud Black talked about old miscellaneous a couple of times, I think.
Diarrhea.
You pause at the wrong time.
There
that
it
really
is.
changes into something else.
There it is. That was one of Brett Kern's punts, the miscellaneous.
Do not see that's where you don't want me putting the A in, or the E in.
That was the play they called on the butt fumble. That was where Mark Sanchez went wrong. Like a missile directly into them.
Right. Sure.
Hey, what was the word? Elaborate. That's your keyword. Text elaborate. Or text miscellaneous.
Don't do that.
Text.
Don't text keyword.
No, don't text keyword. That's
Just
what's on the
text
copy.
Elaborate.
That's what's on the copy.
Hey, Ron Burgundy, don't read the teleprompter. My God.
Text elaborate.
You might have new hosts by the next segment.
To 303.
See, now they're doing it.
504.
Now they're doing it.
0925 with your
Elaborate if you want in on rock, paper, scissors.
With your name. And we'll draw the qualifier 5 minutes before the top of the hour.
This hour is probably screwed.
You are qualifying for a chance to play in the most epic rock, paper, scissors tournament next Tuesday. That's September 1st at Rooftop Social in Rhino. The winner of the tournament gets a trip to Kansas City with flights, hotel, and tickets to the first game of the season. Denver at Kansas City on Monday night. It's powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. That is old miscellaneous Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. And, we'll see what happens after this.
Jim Smith's right out there.
He's right there.
Wondering why we're laughing.
What
are these two morons doing? You're about to see
jackasses
him.
up to.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's coming right to the studio. Come back. See if we're still here.
We're gonna-
Is it the Mark Springer Show? An early edition of The Blitz is next.
Nate Kreckman still here for Roller Auction. Make sure you get signed up to bid at Roller Auction on their website. So listen carefully. roller.bid/altitude. You go to roller.bid/altitude. You get signed up right there. You get on the email list, and then they send you emails. And look, we all get a lot of spam emails that are completely worthless. this email actually is informative and useful because these are time-sensitive auctions, and they let you know when the auctions are going to be opening up, when they're going to close, when to be paying attention. Roller Auction is here to assist you because the entire bidding process is all online. Right now, I'm looking at this factory return home goods, electronics, general merchandise, and more closes tomorrow afternoon. Stainless steel 13-piece cookware set, guys. This thing retails at $1,500. Right now, high bid on this thing, $475. Like, you can outfit your kitchen with some real professional cookware right now, and you can do so with a savings of roughly $1,000. So, take care of yourself, hook yourself up, roller.bid, and make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude because this factory return home goods, electronics, general merchandise, and more auction closes tomorrow. Andy, I begin this fine segment of the Kreckman and Lindahl show, America's #1 sports talk radio show, according to J.D. Power and Associates, with this bit of news.
Yeah?
Yes, Bo Nix is not playing on Friday. Jared Stidham likely to start Friday night, per source, according to Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post. But expect a big dose of Sam Ehlinger, a hearty dose of Ehlinger. Parker goes on to write, game flow matters, but Ehlinger is in line to see potentially most of the overall work. Stidham played 5 series to Ehlinger's 1+ last week.
All right. You know what my question would be then if this were a Sean Payton press conference in order to just annoy him because he didn't want to go through everybody else. Who's playing with him? Because I need to see Sam Ehlinger with some of the 2s. You know what I mean? I'd like to see him out there with some of the guys
Some
that
Lil
Stiddy
Jordan
has been able to play with. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's who we got to see him with.
Yeah.
I don't care about seeing him with the guys that aren't going to be in the league here. Not to be mean or be too cruel, but that's the harsh reality of their situation. I need to see him with guys that aren't going to be in the NFL in 2 weeks. Well, heck, next week.
I think they're just, my guess is Davis Webb and Sean and the staff, they want to see clean operation. They want to see, quick to the huddle, in and out. That's always the thing that they emphasize this time of year. I think at this stage they know his accuracy, athleticism, arm, all of that. It's like, okay, now you're in a game situation. Can you run the operation properly? Can you get in and out of the huddle, in and out of calls? If he operates the thing smoothly, I think he's going to be on the team.
Okay, but he's just the third guy. There's no real. Yeah. This tells you the backup thing's done.
Stiddy's
right?
the backup. Yes.
Sean said otherwise Monday, but I don't buy it because if you really, really did care, if you really did have a competition for the true backup on game day, I think he'd be going with 2s and Stiddy wouldn't even play. You know what Stiddy is. You know what Stiddy. You don't need to see any more of Stiddy than you do Bo.
So, Andy, that then answers the question. Jared Stidham, backup quarterback for the Denver Broncos. That's 1 of 32. We have got 31 to go.
Uh-oh.
Are you ready?
No.
It is time.
I'd rather spell miscellaneous again, please.
For the 2026 edition of Know Your Backup Quarterbacks with Andy Lindahl. Nobody consumes more preseason football than this guy.
Oh, not this year. I've really let myself down.
You've let yourself go?
I'm going to have to meet with myself at the end of this, and we're going to have to talk about my dedication to that.
Hot Skinny Andy's priorities are all off.
Hot Skinny Andy's had enough of bad, crappy football. Man, none of this is interesting. I hate to say it. I used to find it interesting. None of this is interesting anymore.
It is time, Andy, to find out how well do you know your backup quarterbacks. Hey, I tell you what, let's start in the NFC East. Why not? Who's the New York Giants backup quarterback?
Gosh, Russ is out of there.
He sure is. Hostetler's gone.
Can't fall back on him, although I'm sure Sean has a story.
Tommy DeVito's out of there.
Tommy DeVito is done being Tommy Cutlets down there. Who is the New York Giants backup quarterback? You got old Jackson Dart there. Who is the holdover? Who's the other third guy? I got no idea.
Who was the other guy that was there with Russ last year?
Yeah, I don't remember. Oh, wait, no. Is it Jameis Winston?
It was Jameis Winston.
Hey,
he just had to talk himself into it. See?
Yeah, it took 10 minutes.
Yeah, you had to warm up.
Sure,
that's all.
Yeah, well.
By the way, real quickly, rest of the quarterback depth chart for the Giants, our old buddy Brandon Allen.
Oh, good for him.
And erstwhile Saint Jake Hayner. Rounding out the group there. Who is the backup quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles?
Is it still Tiny Hands Kenny Pickett?
It is not.
Now, where'd he go? Is he in Carolina?
I can't give you that answer. He's on another team.
Philly. It's not Minshew.
His brother hosts our midday show.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That doesn't help.
We were looking for Tanner McKee.
Oh, okay.
Tanner McKee.
I don't know. I didn't know that was a person.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Tanner McKee.
I've not. Go ahead.
Also on the Eagles, Andy Dalton.
good for Andy Dalton.
But I'm going off the Our-Lads depth chart. Tanner McKee,
Andy
we were
Dalton,
looking
why
for.
is Andy Dalton on the Eagles? There's not some, hey, we need him to coach up our young quarterback. Is he out of that business too? And now he's just warm body on the. If Andy Dalton got let go, would you have him here in Denver?
I think what they're hoping for is that they get a huge following in Ireland, thanks to the orange hair contrasting with the green jersey and the white skin. He's basically an Irish flag in an Eagles uniform.
He's a leprechaun.
Yeah. Who's the Cowboys' backup quarterback?
Ooh, is it
Danny White?
Tony Romo. Whoops. See, now you're going to go down this.
I brought this guy up
Steve
as a trade
Walsh.
candidate for the Broncos.
Did you?
I did.
I don't
Earlier this
remember
week.
then. I know isn't Milrow there?
No. We were looking for Joe Milton.
Oh, Milton.
Joe Milton. Not Milrow, Milton.
Milton.
Miscellaneous.
Yeah.
Sam Howell is also apparently on the Cowboys.
What's he doing? Remember
he's being Sam Howell. And finally, in the NFC East, who is the backup quarterback for the strong spelling and good smelling Washington Commanders?
Oh, let's see. So it's still they faced
You know his name.
I do.
You watched
He's
him.
The Oregon Duck quarterback.
He
That was there.
He almost beat the Broncos.
I know he did, and I can't remember.
Went for
his
2
name.
in overtime.
Why can I not remember his name?
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember his name.
He won a Heisman Trophy.
I know.
Yeah, he sure did.
He got drafted by the Tennessee Titans.
He did, number 2 overall.
Number two
after Jameis Winston, who we already brought
can
up.
keep talking. It's not coming to me
The
at
name's
all.
not
It's
arriving.
not going to happen.
Initials MM.
Oh, yeah. Marcus Mariota.
There you go. You got home.
Looks like Mariota.
Mariota. Oh, that's right. It's
Oh,
Mariota.
that's right. That was during the
It
game
changed.
last year. Mariota.
Yeah, there's a new emphasis on the syllable. All right. Who is the backup quarterback for the New Orleans Saints, Andy?
Well, I mean, is it Spencer Rattler?
It sure is. Spencer
are they going to keep
Rattler
it that way?
with the third stringer.
What are you going to do when Zach Wilson wins that job
Wow.
and Spencer Rattler's out on the market, huh?
This was all Andy off the cuff, dropping knowledge on the Saints quarterback room. Nicely done. I didn't even have to give you that one. Who's the backup quarterback for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Who is there?
Who is
they
there?
got rid of Kyle Trask, right?
Hint.
He was Kyle Trash.
This guy, take that. This guy started and played a game against the Broncos last year.
Really?
For a different team. Similar color scheme.
Yeah. Was it the Bengals guy?
Yes.
Who with the hot girlfriend?
Yes.
Brandon Browning? Browning? Something Browning?
Jake Browning, too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know me in first names.
Yeah. Jake Browning we were looking for.
Is she going to get another ski suit with his number on it in Tampa colors this time and make the TV world take notice?
She's going to have to.
She's going to make old Brett Musburger pay attention?
You got to move merchandise. Who's the Carolina Panthers backup quarterback?
That's a great question. I got no idea.
You already said his name this segment.
Is it Minshew?
It was Kenny Pickett. We were looking
Kenny!
for
Oh,
Kenny
I
Pickett.
literally asked you the question.
You did, and I wouldn't give you the answer.
Small hands.
Hey, third stringer, Haynes King. Remember when Haynes King destroyed the Buffs?
Sadly, yes.
Georgia Tech, right?
Yep.
Haynes King?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he was good. Who's the Falcons' backup
God,
quarterback?
that was just a year ago, wasn't it?
Trick
Haynes
question,
King in the
huh?
opener?
Sure was, yeah. Who is the Falcons' backup?
They don't know.
They don't.
Technically, because I think Penix is going to start.
He might have to.
Because Tua Tagovailoa has been so bad, he can't win again. Basically, you have Stefanski going, he's been so bad, I can't award him a job. The guy not playing wins the job by not playing. You suck so bad.
Also, don't forget the future Hall of Famers, Jack Strand and Cooper Rush. We saw them as well in preseason
Cooper Rush
week
gonna
1.
Get let go? He's going to be joining Ben DiNucci in that podcast.
Cooper Rush going to make the team over Tua?
Well.
Something to watch out for,
Hey,
everybody.
listen, the Dolphins are paying that money. Atlanta really isn't.
Spring, how did Andy do?
Not good.
Did you keep the score on that?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
You know what?
I didn't know I was supposed to.
You know what I can say? I did better than my 0-point fantasy team from last week that didn't even make a special teams tackle.
He did okay.
Nah, I wouldn't go that far.
Your knowledge, I will say, your knowledge of the Saints quarterback depth chart was very strong.
Technically, I won the Kenny Pickett one, and then you wouldn't award it.
Well, because you had the wrong team.
I don't care. I said he was in Carolina, and you said, I'm not going to tell you.
and then I gave it to you, and you forgot.
And then a guy texted in about his fourth grade teacher, Ms. Elanius.
Miscellaneous. Okay, we'll take a break.
It's Alanis to you, pal.
Cosmeter coming up at 4:20. We'll do more Know Your Backup Quarterback today here on the show. I got to tell you, so far, the conclusion I would draw, you're getting worse.
Well, I told you I haven't watched it. This is proof that I don't lie to the listener.
That is true.
I've not watched any preseason football. Normally, this is a fun exercise because I've watched some preseason football.
Yeah.
Taking in whatever the local version of Applebee's is out in old Minnesota or Green Bay. I haven't done it this year. I tried the other night. The game bored the pants off. The Titans and the Seahawks won it. I was like, I need this crap.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Make sure you join us, Rooftop Social, next Tuesday night for the most epic rock, paper, scissors tournament ever. Winner is getting a trip to KC for the Denver, Kansas City Monday night opener. Even if you don't qualify for the tournament through our text contest here, we'll be picking at least 4 people who just show up as at-large bids. We'll see you at Rooftop Social in Rhino next Tuesday at 6 o'clock. Rooftop Social, an elevated sports bar in Rhino. Spring, who was last hour's qualifier?
Keegan Meager.
Keegan Meager.
Nice.
Yes.
Glad you didn't get confused as to what to text in.
Keegan, we hope you're not in the tournament for a meager amount of rounds. We hope you're in there for a while, Keegan.
We need the last couple rounds to be nothing but K and Ellers.
That's right. Best of luck to Keegan. Keegan texted the keyword, which you also need to do coming up here at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock when we give you the next one. Andy, some interesting notes here from our friend Mike Kliss on Jonathan Cooper. He writes today, 9news.com, as the Broncos finalize their 53, starting outside linebacker Jonathan Cooper will be preparing for his arraignment hearing in a Douglas County courtroom on Friday afternoon. So roster deadline is Monday morning, and his court date is Monday afternoon. As Mike writes, the NFL will be watching the Cooper proceedings. Cooper could be subject to the NFL commissioner's exempt list stemming from the 2 incidents involving his former girlfriend. As we all recall, Cooper was arrested 2 different times a week apart in June and is now facing 5 charges, including a second-degree assault felony that could jeopardize whether he is with the Broncos for their regular season opener, September 14th at Kansas City and beyond. An NFL spokesman telling 9 News today, quote, "We continue to monitor all legal developments in the matter, which remains under review of the personal conduct policy," close quote.
He's missing the first 6 games is my guess.
I mean, it might be more.
It might be more depending on how much if there's a trial, and it feels like there's going to be.
So the commissioner's exempt list is essentially, it's a bridge between not ruling on the player's case, but also acknowledging, like, this might be really serious.
There's a ruling coming.
Yes.
So you're not going to play football until we figure out just what that ruling looks like.
Right. When all the assorted off-season stuff was going down a couple of weeks ago, remember James Pierce Jr., the Falcons, he got the 8 games for his domestic thing. So I swear to God, I'm not trying to minimize it. It's just there's kind of a lot of these things, and delving into the details is a freaking bummer. So James Pierce Jr. is suspended for 8 games. Jonathan Cooper was arrested twice in a week, Andy.
Yeah.
And as a felony charge. And the forensic nurse's report is, I'm going to go ahead and call it troubling, to say the least. So as soon as we saw 8 games for Pierce, it was like, yeah, that kind of looks like what we're talking about now with Cooper. The interesting part is, and we were having this conversation before training camp, because it was a story of whether or not Cooper was going to be out there. The first day of camp at the new facility, boom, there's Jonathan Cooper, old number 0, out there in football practice. And it's like, they could have used the commissioner's exempt list. They could have used it back then.
Yep. Chose
Now,
not to.
He goes through all of camp. Now he'll serve. I'm assuming he will serve the suspension. I would think the suspension would start with week 1, right? Is the league just waiting to hear what gets, I don't even know if determined is the word, just waiting to hear what is said in court?
Likely.
Yeah.
Look, they could keep him on that list till the trial gets going, because again, this is just an initial date, right? Now, this is a preliminary hearing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I guess we'll see what's said in court. They'll see what's said in court, then they'll take it from there. But they may wait for the trial to happen, then he could be in limbo because of that.
Yeah. No practice, no playing if you're on the commissioner's exempt list.
So, yeah. But Broncos, I would imagine, should be ready for this, should have been ready for this. You would assume we're ready for this. Couldn't have been assuming that nothing was going to happen, right?
So the next on the docket is Josh Jacobs, Terrion Arnold, Alaric Jackson. These guys all are subject to either the commissioner's exempt list or discipline. As Kliss kind of lists off a number of guys that still have to have their fate decided by the personal conduct policy, and Cooper is next up on the list.
Who did they just sign, though? Stone?
Ron Stone.
Ron Stone Jr.?
Yeah, out of the UFL. They signed Ron Stone.
I don't think it's a coincidence that Ron Stone Jr. got signed yesterday, right?
Yeah.
And Kliss has these notes today.
And that's a pass rusher. The Broncos, they held a tryout, and Ron Stone was the guy that made the team. As we know today, they released Taylor Rapp, so that he was a Bronco for
Although
6
that
days.
sounds like a weird deal.
Yeah.
Sean went into greater details if he had to go handle some business. And to your point, the more I try to digest those
I wouldn't
comments,
call it greater details, Andy. I'd call it greater vagaries.
Yeah, I think what we're hearing from Sean, trying to make sense as we've now heard the comments.
Yeah.
I think what is going on is Rapp has something he's got to deal with personally in his life at home, and for whatever reason, the Broncos are going to take this game to look at some other guys. He said he would be back with the team. They would sign him back, so I'm assuming that when it's handled, if this were the regular season, I don't think they'd be releasing him like this.
Yeah, the Broncos also signed defensive tackle Israel Antwine and tackle Foster Sorrell.
So does that, what that could be right there? That could also be a little insight into just how little anybody of any importance is actually playing coming up on Friday.
Yeah, get a warm body
There's
out
a couple
there.
more bodies that get a chance to go put some tape out there in an NFL game for, as we like to say, the other 31 teams.
I've heard that before. We're going to talk to Nick Kosmider coming up here at 4:20. And Nick, he cited this stat before, and he went into further detail today in The Athletic about the Broncos' sack differential over the last 2 seasons, meaning how many times did their defense sack the opposing quarterback, and how many times was their quarterback, Bo Nix, actually sacked. Over the last 2 seasons, in which the Broncos have won 10 and 14 games under Sean Payton, the defense has compiled 131 total sacks, most by far in the NFL over that stretch. They have only taken 47 total sacks, plus 53 sack differential, plus 84 sack differential, which is 53 points higher than any other team in that 2-year period. Really quickly, Kosmider points this out. The True Media database goes back to 2000. In every other 2-year span since the turn of the century, no sack differential leader has had more than a 27-point edge over the second-ranked team in the category, so the Broncos have essentially doubled that. This is historic, what they have done as a pass-rushing team and as a pass-protecting team.
And it's awesome, and yet you wonder how long can you continue to put up historic numbers like this.
Bo Nix's sack rate of 3.8% since coming into the league is the lowest in the NFL during that stretch, which is a direct continuation of the kind of player that he was at Oregon. He was sacked 10 times in 2 seasons at Oregon, and Sean Payton has said over and over and over again, this is why I wanted this guy, because he avoids negative plays. And then there's the question of, can the defense repeat? You brought that up, Andy. And Kosmider points out no team in NFL history has posted 3 consecutive 60-sack seasons. The Broncos are trying to chase that after 63 in 24 and 68 in 25. And guys have talked about they're looking at that 72-sack record from the 1984 Chicago Bears, but there's no carryover there. And like we talked about, there was a fade in defensive performance over the course of last year.
Bill Barnwell had the numbers in his article yesterday.
There's one more part of this that, and I love that Nick went in depth on this stuff, is so what's the value of a sack, okay? Because it's not worth points. It just makes the opponent lose yardage. Well, here's a way to actually be able to quantify what a sack is worth. Last year, overall, NFL teams averaged 2.1 points per drive. So just on average, 2 points per drive. If you took a sack, that number drops to 1.1 points.
Okay, cuts it in half.
On drives where a team took at least 1 sack. Touchdown rates on the average NFL drive, 23%. 23% of drives in the NFL last year ended in touchdowns. This is league-wide. On drives in which an offense took a sack, that number drops to 9%.
So more than half.
Yes. The Broncos have had, and Cosminer writes, the Broncos have had at least one sack during 110 separate defensive possessions over the past 2 seasons, writing that's a heap of drives that come down with bad math problems for opponents. So if you give up a sack, your scoring total essentially getting cut in half, and the likelihood of you scoring a touchdown is cut by more than 1/2 on any drive in which a sack is allowed. And when you figure that the Broncos have 131 sacks over the last 2 years, and then they don't take any, that's a whole lot of math going in your favor.
Yeah, which again, can you continue to do that?
Yeah.
And even with this offense, I would ask the question, a deeper dive into the numbers, would it behoove the offense to maybe cost, it's going to sound weird, but you need to risk more sacks because this has been such a get the ball out of your hands offense to let some of the deeper stuff in the middle of the field stuff develop. Is that, again, Bo, we've talked about.
Where do you calculate
is one
that
of the
in,
reasons why Bo is getting off the first read so quickly, not necessarily a Bo weakness, but the fact that all you've done is told this guy, don't take sacks.
Yeah.
Again, do you back off the messaging and say, hang with the longer read and we'll figure out a way to get out of the bad yardage if you take a sack so you can maybe make the play on the first read?
I would assume that my response to that would be that is more acceptable advice as long as your defense is continuing to do what it's doing.
Right.
If it cannot, then safety ball becomes even more of a premium for the Broncos. Nick Cosminer is going to break this all down coming up here in just a moment. Plus the latest news from today. No Bo Nix on Friday night. Some Stiddy, a lot of Ellinger, latest on Jonathan Cooper, and so much more. And a keyword for you to qualify to be in KC for the Monday night opener. That is all right after this.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Are you dealing with the problem of erectile dysfunction? Because if you are, it's real simple to go and get a little bit of help, and it lies right there at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You need to find the right medicine for your condition. Don't have just a so-so sex life. Don't go and try to get a treatment that just gets things back to, oh, it's fine, it's better than it was. That's not where you want to be. If you can get the right medicine and the right therapies, you can get back to the way it was when it was fantastic, when it was a big deal and it was something that you actually looked forward to. So get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have medical science to empower male performance with therapies that go far beyond pills. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments that can have you lasting an hour to an hour and a half or more. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Fringe range of Colorado for nearly a decade. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Give them a call today and find out about their advanced treatment strategies that offer so much more to you. Schedule that consult today. It's $99 for that first visit. You're going to talk with a Colorado licensed medical provider about your results from a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, you're going to take a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, then the visit is free. They have 5 locations to serve you in Fort Collins, North and Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. And another benefit, if you're like a lot of men, you could be ready for action the day after your visit. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Our buddy Nick Kosmider coming up here in just a moment. Further elaboration on all the sack differential info that we just gave you. But first, a keyword, because you want to go to Kansas City for the Monday night opener. Nick Kosmider is going to be there. Will you be there as well? Text in the keyword.
It's time for another Rock, Paper, Tickets keyword.
Competitive.
It gets competitive, obviously, and guys are rushing to win it down, and sometimes they get too close.
Competitive.
Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
Competitive. You're qualifying for a chance to play in the most epic rock, paper, scissors tournament Tuesday, September 1st. That's next Tuesday night at Rooftop Social in Rhino. Winner of the tournament gets a trip to Kansas City, flights, hotels, tickets, and more to the first game of the season. Denver at KC Monday night, powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Those Denver Broncos with their plus 84 sack differential over the last two seasons. Joining us right now is Nick Kosmider of The Athletic, who wrote in depth about the Broncos' single greatest statistical advantage over the last 2 years. In order to properly illustrate, you can give the numbers and that paints the picture, Nick, in a real macro sense. But let's use the Jets game last year, which the Broncos barely pulled out, as a concrete example of why sack differential matters just so much. What did it do specifically to allow the Broncos to eke that game out?
Yeah, I really do think that was like the perfect microcosm of how their ability to win the sack game on both sides of the ball, helped them in situations where they otherwise weren't doing a whole lot. Like their second lowest rushing output that game. They had 3 times as many penalties as the Jets did. They were 5 of 15 on third down. They lost the turnover battle. Did basically just about everything that you should do to lose a game, and yet they had 9 sacks to 1 for the Jets. 50 yards of basically created field position in a game decided by 2 points. And, look, you could say it's the Jets, Justin Fields. He certainly did his part to allow himself to be sacked 9 times. But the reality is that this is just a way that the Broncos have kind of identified as being a really important part of their foundation. And you and I have talked about it a little bit. I've mentioned it in some stories, but I wanted to take a deeper dive, and I even kind of got on a video call with Jason Starrett, who is he kind of runs the football operations over there at True Media, to kind of help me maneuver this data a little bit. And what you see is any time that you are sacked on a drive, your points per the points you score on that drive on average goes down by half. So we're talking about 2.2 points per drive was the average in the NFL last year. Goes all the way down to 1.1. So essentially, right maybe it was 2.1 to 1.1, right about half.
Yeah.
And they've just built a team, and of course, like so much else in the league does, as I wrote in the piece, it starts with your quarterback being able to avoid those plays. That really has been able to figure that this thing controls games, and I really do believe it's such a huge part of why they've turned this thing around over the last 2 years.
All right. The question, Nick. I mean, again, Nate's laid it out there. We talked about the great defenses in this Broncos history, in the NFL history. 3 years at this rate is a lot. Can this team break the record? Can they be the outlier to keep this thing going?
Yeah, I do not think they will break the sack record. I think there's never been a team that's gotten 60-plus sacks in 3 straight seasons, and I think a big part of that is what Vance Joseph has been really laying out the last couple of times that he was on the podium speaking to the media, and that's that teams are not going to face you again, this third year in a row and say, like, yeah, we're just gonna take our chances to see if we can, block those pass rushers. Like, they're going to instead change the very way that they attack you. And we've already seen a little bit of glimpses of it in the preseason. More boot, more misdirection, more quick game stuff designed to not allow the pass rush for the Broncos that, as Vance Joseph accurately pointed out when you look at the numbers, was especially potent on second down. They were treating it as though they had 2 third down situations, and teams have caught on to this. So I don't think they'll break the sack record. You can have 50 sacks and still have a phenomenal pass rush. The question is going to be then, how do they fill in the gaps from maybe not having such a significant differential as they've had the last 2 years, if that is indeed the case? We've talked about takeaways a ton. Vance Joseph brought up the batted passes against the Falcons. Can they do enough? Maybe it's just even stingier third down defense. Can they do enough other things to still be just as well-rounded and dangerous a defense if the sack numbers aren't quite as high as they've been the last 2 years?
Andy raised a question last segment, and we were talking through some of this stuff, Nick, and it's the minuscule sack numbers of Bo Nix. They contribute directly to what you're talking about, right? And they contribute directly to the efficiency of this offense and why the Broncos have won as many games as they have. But it has also created a situation by which the Broncos offense could at times be a bit predictable, could certainly, they rank extremely low in air yards per attempt and the amount of completions behind the line of scrimmage, completions to backs and not into the hands of receivers, etc. Is a part of the give and take of adding Jalen Waddle and trying to find more, intermediate to deep intermediate stuff, is some of the trade-off that Bo's just going to have to hang on to the ball a little longer sometimes, and in fact, Denver could potentially see Bo Nix could hit more this year?
Yeah, I think to a point that is something that they've kind of they've sort of foreshadowed a little bit, and a lot of it about the staying on the first read a little bit longer. Obviously the play against of the Waddle made in Friday's game against the Packers is a perfect example. Bo Nix had a perfect pocket.
Well, we're having some cell phone issues with Nick here. We'll get Nick cleaned up really quickly here.
Go talk to us, Nick. Go talk to us. We lost you a clean pocket.
Sorry about that. Okay, so he had a clean pocket. And deliver that ball. I think the idea being that, hey, even in moments where it's not as kind of picture perfect in front of you, we're going to need to be able to step in and make those throws. But that's exactly the interesting question of this. I do think the last 2 years they have played this offense conservative, in part because Bo Nix was a rookie and then a second-year player. You're still learning it. You're still kind of learning the command of everything you're doing as a starting NFL quarterback. But it was also just the way that the defense was wrecking shop and ruining those drives for opponents that you could treat a punt like a good outcome. Mm-hmm. I think this year it's his third year in the system, and you have, let's face it, I think a coordinator in Davis Webb who's not going to come in and just be satisfied as a play caller to say, we'll kind of continue to play that conservative game. He still, of course, has to abide by how Sean Payton wants to build an overall, game plan or game philosophy in a given week. But I think kind of the series to series, down to down, you're going to see a little bit more aggressiveness. And if that skews the differential, so be it, as long as, again, it's about filling in gaps to where if we're not as dominant in this stat, how else are we closing the gap?
Is this defensive line going to be as good as last year's, do you think? That's where they have the biggest subs, I think. You lose a John Franklin Myers. They still have basically the same linebackers, roughly the same secondary. Is this defensive line going to be good enough to help the sack and the pass rush, I should say, be as effective as it was in years past? You like what you've seen out of Vignetum and some of the newcomers?
Yeah, I think I don't think the personnel is going to be an issue at all. And of course, with all these discussions, that's barring injuries. But I think even, sans Zach Allen, you can stand to have an injury on this defensive line. And I still wouldn't think, man, they're not going to be able to rush the passer. I mean, you going into Friday, I'm kind of sitting here saying, like, Savion Jones, who was a third-round pick, is this guy battling to make the roster? Jordan Jackson has made this team the last 2 off seasons, and George Payton come in and said afterwards that it wasn't even close in our mind. He was on this team. And so if that's the case again, are you keeping 7 defensive linemen? That's what it would then need to be with the numbers in order for Savion Jones to be on this 53-man roster. So I think that just speaks to the depth that they do have, that a guy that was picked in the 3rd round last year, that there's even a question about this. And maybe there's not. Like, I don't have a great read on that. But I do think the personnel, the knowledge that they have within how Vance Joseph wants to call things, I don't think that is going to be the issue. It's going to be to what lengths teams will go to change. And then if teams are going away from what they do well, just because of the it's almost like a reputational thing. I was talking to somebody about this, and they brought up a point of like, you outfielder because he's thrown so well from left field to the plate, and you decide not to make that turn at third base, and then he bobbles the ball. But his reputation has been so good that you're not even in your mind, you're not even thinking that, hey, I'm fast, I can actually do this pretty well, because you are so much respecting what that guy can do with his arm. I think it's the same thing. Like if you're taking yourself out of what you do best to avoid the potency of Denver's pass rush, then in a way Denver's already won.
Yeah. Yeah, it is interesting, and VJ really, I mean, he went on and on. I've enjoyed listening to Vance Joseph so far this preseason, and just in general when he explains defensive football. But man, there's a deep understanding of the way that teams are going to try to attack. And again, it's just this coaching staff, Nick, really does lean into a lot of the efficiency numbers and the efficiency metrics to try and find what little edges can be found in a sport where, let's be honest, talent level, team to team, there are not massive disparities. So what are the little ways in which you can find edges? And the Broncos have just been so good at that in the last few years. And it's like, okay, well, eventually your luck is going to run out on that. But I kept hammering this point home yesterday, is like Sean Payton and Vance Joseph have directly talked about all of those weaknesses this year. Like, they're confronting them head on and seemingly have a real awareness of like, okay, we've had good fortune over the last couple of years, but also there's a reason why we've had that good fortune. What can we fix to continue to create said good fortune?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the motto, like from the very first time we started talking to Sean in the offseason, was like meat on the bone. Like that's the way that they viewed this, of like, yeah, we won 14 games last year. We know there's variance in close game outcomes, that we won't be 11-2 again. But even just beyond that, like what are the things that we still have a chance to close the margins with? And part of it, a lot of it too, is how they, I think they've just continued to do this job of like bringing in players who understand, not necessarily like when we're talking about like, viewing the, the advanced stats of it all, but having kind of a philosophical understanding of like, the edges. I was talking to Jonah Coleman today for a story I'm going to be doing next week. And he really was talking about like going into his first training camp. He had kind of like by just talking to people and gaining an understanding that he knew coming in that the margins were going to be so small that like a foot off on an alignment or just 1 second longer of looking at what you're seeing as a carrier before you make your decision, like all of that was going to give him no chance to have the kind of success that he wanted and that he wanted to give to the team. And so I think you just have players on this team who kind of share that like deeper understanding of like, hey, we know we live on the margins, even though we are a very good football team. What separates the very good football teams from the ones that ultimately win it all is never a wide margin. And so again, just figuring out how to live on that razor's edge and win enough of those, kind of those closely contested gray areas is something that they've really honed in on this offseason.
All right, Nick, best you can, explain the Taylor Rapp situation. Like, is this a guy that's going to be back next week after he handles some business? Are they going to wait till after the first game of the season so the salary's not guaranteed? Any idea what's going on there?
Yeah, just, that's all we know is that it's a personal situation that he's dealing with at home. That was, what Sean Payton came out and said today but again, like to then come out and also say there's a better than good chance that he'll be back on this roster. Don't have a great idea of the timeline, but again, I think when they signed him with the understanding or the idea that he would be part of this 53-man roster. You're not bringing in a player like that with that kind of experience to be just, kind of a cannon fodder for the end of the preseason. Like that's a guy that you have, visions of him being part of this team this year. So I think that still exists. The way that Sean Payton was talking about it suggested that, we're going to give him time, give him space right now. And then when it is appropriate, we'll get him back on this roster.
Bo Nix not going to go on Friday night. Nick, were you surprised by that news? What do you make of that decision, and what is the plan at quarterback coming up this week?
Yeah, I wasn't surprised that that's ultimately where they got to. And in fact, the only thing through all this that I was surprised by was when, Sean Payton came out and said that he wasn't going to play in the opener in Atlanta, that he would in fact play the next two games, because I just think you hadn't seen what he was going to offer the first week. There were still like plenty of practices to go, and I get that they plan out in detail how they're going to handle the preseason, but I was just kind of surprised that they had committed to that. I would call it seemed like a soft commit. What is that? A soft commit when you're like in high school and you're saying, yeah, I'm going to go here. It always kind of had that feel to me. So no, I was not surprised. I just think that you've seen everything that you need to see from him, I think, in that preseason game, and the fact that he has taken every first team snap for this team in training camp, that I just don't think that they ultimately decided the juice would be worth the squeeze of having him go out there, especially when you got to feel good with having two scoring drives in your lone appearance. So I think Jarrett Stidham is going to start on Friday. We'll see how much run Sam Ehlinger gets. He's certainly got the short end of the straw against the Packers, and we'll see if there really is any indication that this truly still is a competition for the backup job.
All right, Friday night. Get your tickets now for Stiddy and Ehlinger, everybody. He is Nick Kosmider of TheAthletic.com. Get a subscription to The Athletic and read Nick's stuff because it is top-notch. Nick, well done, man. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. Enjoyed it. Take care.
All right, really good stuff. Hey, rock, paper, tickets, your chance to win a trip to Kansas City. Looked like something else for a minute.
Well,
to see Denver's first game of the year on Monday night, September 14th. Tune in for keywords every hour to qualify for the Rock, Paper, Scissors tournament on September 1st at Rooftop Social in Rhino. It's all powered by Bud Light. A win isn't a win without the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. The official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Rockies and Nats will get going with the third game of the series coming up here momentarily. Matt Waldron v. Tanner Gordon, your pitching matchup tonight. Jake McCarthy will lead off for the Rocks. Cole Carrig in center. Cole Carrig. Hunter Goodman will catch it, his 35th home run yesterday. TJ Rumfield is at first. Willie Castro over there at third base. Mickey Moniak will man right field. Connor Norby has been hanging out over on the right side of the infield an awful lot, will be at second. Troy Johnston, the DH, and Zeke Tovar, the shortstop tonight for the Rocks as they look to extend the winning streak to 2 tonight against the Nationals.
Well, they won't get swept this series, Nate.
That's right. They've got that
had a
going
bit of an
for
issue
them.
since we got to August.
Nice early East Coast start time for everybody this evening. The Rockies, a victory tonight, Andy, and they would climb within 29 games of 500.
Boom. Yeah! How many more to avoid? 12 now wins in order to avoid 100 losses?
Let's see. Yeah, so they would have to go 12. Let's see. There's quick math. 30 games remaining in the regular season. So at least 12 and 18 the rest of the way.
Doable, I think.
Doable. I'd call it doable.
You quit getting swept.
Well, good start yesterday. Nice Mason Adams debut. That was good to see. Acquired him from the White Sox.
Sure.
That was in the Brenton Doyle trade, and he went out and he impressed. His family was on hand there in Washington. It was a nice story.
Went better than the guy the other night that tried to close the game and got shellacked.
Yeah, that didn't go great.
Would you tell me the family left Hawaii for that?
I think so, yeah. Mark Manfredi pitched yesterday, by the way, and also had some success. So, yeah, the Rockies, again, looking to stay hot and push it to a 2-game win streak tonight. Andy, we're going to cover more of this coming up here in the high five, but the NFL is doing away with the Pro Bowl, or I guess the Pro Bowl flag football game.
Yeah, the Pro Bowl's been dead for a while.
Yeah.
This abomination of trying to pull off events to fill the hole is,
They're doing away with it. There will be no Pro Bowl game. There will be no competitive events, meaning that in the final Pro Bowl ever played, the flag football edition last year, it ended with Shedeur Sanders throwing 2 touchdown passes.
Boom!
Well done. Some of your, I got this, Yahoo gave us with Shedeur having played in the game last year with his 68.1 passer rating and 1 touchdown pass because nobody wanted to go to this thing. The worst quarterbacks to have ever played in a Pro Bowl. They only listed 6. Pat Hayden in 1977 with an 84.5 rating. Let's see. Vince Young, 2009. Vince Young was, an 82.8 passer rating. Kerry Collins in 96, after completing 56% of his throws for the Carolina Panthers. Kerry Collins in 96. Shedeur last year, he of the 57% completion rate and 10 interceptions. Tyler Huntley in 2022. Remember Tyler Huntley, the Ravens? You sure do. He had 2 touchdown passes that year and a 2-2 record.
Yeah. Remember, one of the wins came against the Broncos when you had Russ yelling, the Nathaniel Hackett Broncos, and Russ telling his teammates, get to the front of the sideline and yell, run or pass.
I'd love to know what happened in 1975 when Eagles quarterback Mike Borilla, BorYla, never heard of this guy before, but he played in the Pro Bowl apparently.
And he was brother Sass.
He had, not bad, 6 touchdowns to 12 interceptions that year and a 52.7 passer rating for the 4-10 Eagles, and somehow he was playing in the 1975 Pro Bowl.
Well, they didn't pay anything then, and it wasn't in Hawaii. It was actually in Topeka. So nobody wanted to go.
They're like, screw this stuff. Mike Borilla.
So how about this? Sarsaparilla is much better. I'm sorry that you didn't get more of a tickle out of that.
It was yeah.
I stole your deal. Sorry. So you know who got offered a chance to play but couldn't because he wanted to get his shoulder fixed?
Who was that?
Bronco.
Oh, Trevor Siemian. Yeah, they wanted him to go.
So I've got his stats in front of me. He would have had an 84.6 passer rating, played in 18 games, 59.5% completion percentage, 3,400 yards, 18 touchdowns to 10 interceptions.
Was that 17 or 18?
That was 16.
Oh,
Sorry,
16.
2016.
Trevor Siemian.
17 did not go well because they played literally all the quarterbacks that year. If you remember. Trevor got his soul stolen. Who was that pass rusher from the Chargers that just got a clean run at him? I don't think it was Khalil Mack. It might have been Khalil Mack. Who else did they have? 2017, guy was a rookie, I think, but he just went and
Melvin Ingram?
Melvin Ingram. Good job, Spring. Yeah. I remember Michael Schofield went one way. The center went the other, who I don't even remember who the hell it was. And I think even Ingram
Manny
was
Ramirez?
no, he was gone by then. That was more the 2013 vintage.
Okay.
I don't think it was the old Baylor center that played for a while. It doesn't matter.
J.D. Walton?
Yeah, he was gone too. Paradis was gone too. I think he was a Panther by then. Again, the point being, the offensive line opened up like the Red Sea, and Ingram got a run at Trevor Siemian as if it was a bit on a comedy show and just drilled him. So, and Trevor was never even close to the same quarterback after that.
All right. So with all of that conversation, Andy, it is time to name some more backup quarterbacks.
Oh, who could go to the Pro Bowl? Oh, wait.
They can't.
Not anymore. Well, you can still get named to the Pro Bowl.
Well, yes.
They're going to name the team.
They would need a lot of things to go right.
We're going to celebrate your naming.
Let's do
statues.
Name some backup quarterbacks. Here we go. Let's go to the AFC this time around. Let's begin in the AFC North.
Okay.
Pittsburgh Steelers. Andy, name that backup quarterback.
Oh, is it still Mason Rudolph?
It is. Well done. Okay, strong start.
There it is.
I think you might do well in this division.
Yeah, we'll see.
The Cincinnati Bengals. Name that backup quarterback.
I don't know now because Browning's gone. Jake Browning's out of there. We had to watch him try to be a quarterback. Oh, it's Joe Flacco. How can I forget Joe Flacco?
There it is.
Yeah, enjoying his time by himself, eating in a steakhouse.
Yeah.
There was a video.
Well, I mean, come on.
There was a video I saw floating around where a young lady who took after Dolly Parton was making the rounds because of the abilities, I guess.
Morgana the Kissing Bandit?
Well, it turns out somebody pointed out, somebody who got their eyes off the main attraction realized Joe Flacco was over her shoulder. I don't think anybody knew.
I'm going to need to see this video. I'm curious.
What anybody was apparently looking at.
Apparently Josh Johnson is also on the Bengals.
Sure
but
he
Flacco,
is. Why wouldn't he be?
Technically the two.
Hold on. Did Josh Johnson play here? Was he the guy that tried to play here? Remember, is he the cousin of the running back of Beast Mode? Remember that guy? Yeah, I think Josh Johnson was here.
Yeah,
remember that?
Josh Johnson.
Don't ask me when.
How many teams has he been
Literally
on,
all
technically?
of them now.
Yeah.
I think all of them.
I think every single one of them, and currently he's a Bengal. Although, I believe he's been a Bengal before, so he doesn't get credit for this one. Yeah, he was a Bengal back in 2013, so he doesn't get credit
when
for a
did
new
he play
team.
for the Broncos? That wasn't Sean. Was that the Hackett year too?
It might have been. Yeah, it might have been 3 years ago.
Did they even make it? Did he make it?
Who's the backup quarterback for the Baltimore Ravens?
Tyler Huntley.
Tyler
Didn't
Huntley.
They just bring
well
him
done.
back?
Yeah. As well as, and apparently this guy's exciting people, Joe Fagnano.
Sure, why wouldn't he?
Who is the backup quarterback for the Cleveland Browns?
Well, now it's Shador.
See, man, you crushed the AFC North.
Yeah.
Really well
I know
done.
my AFC North.
Okay.
Is what's his name from Oregon still there?
Dylan Gabriel, yes. Technically still on the team.
Is there any chance they just let Shador go to let the circus die down and then Dylan's just the guy since they don't seem to want to be very good anyway?
No,
and
Shador will be the
hard?
starter by week 4.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's stay in the AFC. Let's go to the AFC South. You did so well in the North. Can you do as well in the South? Let's find out. Who is the backup quarterback, Andy, for the Jacksonville Jaguars?
That's a great question, Nate. I got no stinking idea. I just know it's Trevor Lawrence.
This guy, once upon a time, absolutely carved up the Vance Joseph Broncos.
Really?
Former San Francisco 49er. Nick Mullins.
Shut up.
Nick
He's still in
Mullins,
the league?
still getting a paycheck.
Well, good for Nick Mullins.
No kidding. Yeah.
That Vance Joseph defense did not like to cover a tight end.
That warms my heart. Who is the backup quarterback to Cam Ward in Tennessee?
Isn't it Gardner Minshew?
It is not.
Who is it?
Chicago Bears legend.
No. Oh,
Mitch Trubisky.
Trubisky's
Mitch
there?
Trubisky. This is actually the one out-of-market preseason game I watched was Tennessee, so I knew Trubisky was there. Will Levis is technically still on the team.
I was going to mention Levis, but it makes sense now. You know why? Trubisky was a Daboll guy in Buffalo, so, of course, Daboll said, why don't you come here?
Yep.
Pretty good chance that Cam Ward may not be the guy and you get to play a bit.
Andy, do you know who the backup quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts is? Backing up Daniel Jones.
It's Anthony Richardson by force, is it not?
Technically the third stringer,
Really?
according to our lads.
So who's the other guy?
We were looking for Riley Leonard.
Yeah, no idea he was there.
Yeah, Domingo Pavarotti and the other guy, Riley Leonard.
Okay.
Yes.
But they're not going to trade or release Anthony Richardson.
No.
Okay.
Notre Dame, right, Riley Leonard? Yes.
Sure.
If I'm remembering correctly.
Why not?
And finally, Andy, who was the backup quarterback to C.J. Stroud for the Houston Texans?
Oh, who is it? This one I should know, but honestly, I don't. And since we're near the top, I'm just going to go ahead and take it.
Honestly, if people confused him with the offensive coordinator for the Broncos, it wouldn't surprise anybody. We were looking for Davis Mills.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Davis
How can
Mills.
I forget that? Mills comes in, has a couple. You know what he is? He's the modern era Ryan Fitzpatrick, where he has a couple good games as a backup. You think you ought to sign him as a starter. They kind of gave him the go, and you know what he got him? The number one pick to get C.J. Stroud.
Can you tell me who the third
Technically
string
number two
quarterback is for the Houston Texans? Former Denver Bronco.
The Broncos. I don't know.
Vic Fangio once struggled to pronounce his last name correctly, despite his uncle being an NFL legend.
Oh, Brett Rippon got signed there?
Yes.
When did that happen?
Brett Rippon.
Rippon was out of the league.
I don't have the date of the transaction
Good for Brett Rippon.
available, but Brett Rippon is the third string quarterback for the Houston Texans.
He likes a solid PB&J and told you and I so.
You were much better in the North. However, album sales dipped considerably in the South.
Yeah, I'm not a country band.
No twang with Andy Lindahl.
Sorry I didn't give you any bro country.
Spring, who was our qualifier this hour?
Matt Herman.
Matt Herman. Congratulations, Matt Herman.
Wasn't there a quarterback named Jake Herman that was a backup once upon a time? Mark Herman. Was Mark Herman a backup quarterback?
Bill Herman?
Pee-wee.
Herman's Hermits? Anyway.
Herman's Hideaway, R.I.P.
Congratulations, Herman. I already forgot your first name. You are qualified. Mac? Anyway, congratulations. You have qualified for our Rock, Paper, Tickets tournament next Tuesday, September 1st. And guys, don't forget, okay, if you don't qualify via text, here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, we will have at-large bids available. You just got to show up, and you might be able to participate at Rooftop Social next Tuesday for Rock, Paper, Tickets.
Mark Herman was a backup quarterback and played for the Broncos.
Mark Herman.
Yeah, was a guy. That's a real dude.
What
Mark
year?
Donald Herman. He was born in 1959, so a while back again. He was also with the Chargers.
All right.
Let me look at the Wikipedia. Oh, 81 to 82 for the Broncos. He
Okay.
could have been one of our preseason All-Stars.
Does anybody remember Mark Herman? If you have
Broncos,
a Mark
Colts, Chargers,
Herman
Rams, Colts.
related
He
Bronco
won the
memory.
Sammy Baugh Trophy. You put some respect on that name.
What is the Sammy Baugh Trophy?
I don't know.
I don't think I've ever heard of the
He was
Sammy
all Big
Baugh
Ten,
Trophy.
you jerk. He was the Liberty Bowl MVP in 80. You know what? He was the Blue Bonnet Bowl MVP in 79.
That's a pretty good resume. I still don't know what the
Do you
Sammy
like
Baugh
a Blue
Trophy
Bonnet? Hey,
is.
he was also the MVP of the Peach Bowl, pal. 3 years in a row, MVP of bowl games. What you got, Illinois guy?
We probably played them in that game. Blue Bonnet, by the way, one of my favorite spots over on Broadway. It's the
Oh,
Kreckman and
Casey,
Lindahl
please.
show. We'll take a break. When we come back, 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, including all the Bronco transactions of the day. Goofy day with the Broncos. We'll explain next. All right, Andy. So we pointed out yesterday correctly what a bunch of boobs the people that run college athletics really are. Get a load of this, okay? So the SEC and the Big Ten, they couldn't race out to the front of this of, oh, if you were in an NFL training camp, you're on our team.
Do that
And-
again.
And it's well, if you were with an NBA team or WNBA team, this isn't okay. All right, so the Big Ten and the SEC, which by the way we should note are professional sports leagues,
Spend more money on their rosters than most anybody else in college football.
said, if you were in an NFL camp now, you can't be on our teams. Then the Big 12, it becomes like a race of stupidity. The Big 12. Then Brett Yormark and the conference leaders, the Big 12. Thank you, Dan. They then insisted on an even stronger and more wide-ranging policy that incorporates all sports. Listen to this detail. No institution may roster an athlete who has declared for a pro sports draft or supplemental draft and did not timely withdraw, been listed on the roster of a pro sports league, signed a contract with a pro sports league. Okay, how is this different than what the Big Ten and the SEC did? Well, I don't know if anybody's been paying attention to what has become one of the most fertile recruiting grounds in college basketball. How many of these coaches are like, I have European pros on my team right now?
Yeah, whoops.
You just screwed me.
Yep.
One of Arizona's best players was playing over in Germany when he was 18. According to this new policy the Big 12 has enforced, like, that guy's got to go.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
And really, that's every foreign player, right?
Yeah.
Because these leagues are all pro leagues they're playing in. They're not college leagues.
No.
So you're not allowed to sign them by that verbiage.
Professional sport because they were compensated for what they did.
Yeah, way to go.
However, though, if you played for another college team, which you get paid for, well, then you can just transfer freely wherever you want to go.
Because we're going to pay you more.
What are we doing?
They're going to have to go back, and the Big 12 just stepped on themselves, and now they're going to have to go back and redo this.
What are they doing?
They're only paying attention to football, and the Big 12 is what that tells you.
You are professional sports. Who cares if they were in an NFL training camp? Who cares? Your sport has no sanctity anymore. Stop acting like it does.
You don't have the high ground.
Short-sighted. My God, the people that run this thing.
Good luck.
Anyway, with that, it's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. What do you got, Mark Springer?
Hey, if you are wondering what's for dinner tonight, because I know you are, you need to try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza. You bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Just days after signing safety Taylor Rapp, the Broncos released him today. Here's Sean Payton today.
Taylor Rapp came in, spent some time with him. He needs a little time at home and completely get what he's needing. And, there's a good chance, better than good chance, that I know how he felt being here. And so I think sooner than later that's going to happen. But this obviously took precedence. So just leave it at that. Any questions?
So he could be re-signed by the Broncos or something?
I just said that. Yeah.
Did he also name the other guy, though, that they let go of? Kyrie Duplessis? Duplessis?
Duplessis.
I know. How do you say that first name? Is that a Kyrie?
I don't know.
Kyre? Bidet?
I'm not sure. Yeah, no, that one, because I think I read it as like Kyle the first 8 times I read it.
Because that's what your brain does.
Yeah, and I don't know. But Duplessis is not on the team anymore. So this doesn't appear to be like a he's not recovered from his knee injury thing. This appears to be he showed up, he signed, he's got a personal situation, and so, but it's not like they're keeping him on the roster and he can just go deal with that. They're like waiving him, and then he can come back. He can re-sign.
Yeah, part of me wonders.
They're releasing him.
We're trying to process this in real time because this was basically announced just a little bit before our show, and we asked Nick about it. Nick didn't seem to know too much more than the exact explanation that we got there from Sean Payton. Obviously, no one's talked to Taylor Rapp. My assumption is they're either going to get him back next week when whatever needs to be handled at home is done and they name their roster and all that good stuff, or maybe he sits out. They do the thing where because they can put 2 people on IR to bring back that they don't have to waive and they don't have to sit out the season, which I don't know who that would be right now, but it could be a couple of people, I guess, if they wanted to. I suppose they could go that route with Drew Sanders if they wanted to. I think he's probably done. But this could be where they bring Rapp back later in the week. He's on the roster and good to go. And they, meantime, kept somebody who then they, all the little shenanigans they do when they try to set the final roster.
Yeah.
Or they wait and bring Rapp back week 2, and then that veteran contract is not completely, completely guaranteed the rest of the year. So one of those two things would be my guess as to what's going to happen in this situation.
Can I make an assumption or a guess as to what's going to happen here?
Tell me.
I'm going to completely forget about the Taylor Rapp thing, and it's going to be like October, and you're going to be like, what's going on with Taylor Rapp? And I'm going to be like, who? And that's going to be 3 minutes of our radio show. It's just a prediction of mine.
Okay.
I know how these things go.
Good.
Your memory for minute transactions is incredible. And mine is non-existent.
Well,
and I just know that Taylor Rapp is going to fit directly into that job description beautifully. Anyway, this is just, you know what? That was just for me, and that's okay. Listen, it's foreshadowing. It will happen in the month of October. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
The Broncos did sign 2 players today, defensive tackle Israel Antwine and offensive tackle Foster Sorrell. He's a former Chargers tackle. Here's Sean Payton today on Foster Sorrell.
I think another one that can, help with reps and experience. And enough to where he's just not, showing up. We played a game in COVID on Monday Night Football, and I remember I like to get to the stadium 4 hours, 5 hours before, and I went into the equipment room to get something, and I met an offensive lineman that was getting fitted for equipment for the first time, and he was going to be up for that game. And so his first day with the Saints was Monday night for the Monday Night Football game. That kind of scares me.
Wait, was that Foster Sorrell in that story? Or was it just like some other guy?
I don't know.
I think it was Foster Sorrell.
He never specified though in the anecdote. It was just some guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was asked about Foster Sorrell.
And then
it was Chris Thomason directly asking him about Foster Sorrell.
And then he launched into that anecdote, but it was was it about a guy or was it about anyway?
Anyway.
Did you know Israel Antwine, Andy? He played his true freshman season at Colorado.
He did.
2018. And then he transferred to Oklahoma State.
Okay. I'm not placing that one. And you know what? One on that broadcast again yet. That's why. I was still following the Broncos because you know what 2018 was? The Vance Joseph Case Keenum year. That's when Case Keenum came into our life.
Okay.
And the Broncos got off to a good start and a shoddy finish. And that was that.
That would have been
was there again.
That would have been the Mike McIntyre Buffs 2018.
Would have been, although they might have been pretty good. You know what? Was that also 2018?
No, 2016 was when they were good.
Okay.
That was 16.
Well,
yeah.
Well,
yeah.
It was just the.
No, 2018 was the year he got fired.
All right.
Yeah. Was that the year of the painting of the buffalo and the buffalo walks into the storm?
God, is that what it was?
I have memories of the Mike McIntyre.
No, hold on. 2019 was when he got fired because 2020 was Darrell because it was COVID.
Okay.
And I remember, so he had one more year after that.
Okay.
And I think 2019 is when the old painting you talked about showed up.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
That's when I got to upset him.
Remember some years of Colorado football. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
We thought maybe Bo Nix would play on Friday. Earlier in the preseason, Sean said he'd play in the last 2 games, and then Mike Kliss asked him yesterday about playing Bo on Friday. But today, Sean was asked if Bo will play Friday. Here's what he said.
We'll see. I mean...
Oh, wait, hold on.
I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
2019 was the Mel Tucker year.
Oh, okay.
We forgot about Mel Tucker.
Yeah,
in
because
between
that's when
McIntyre
he did our radio show and then left.
Darrell.
I did.
Yes.
Because he came down to the sports column with you and I.
Yes.
In the early iterations of Kreckman and Lindahl, did our show, said hello to a bunch of buff boosters, and then I found out at midnight that night he was off to Michigan State as I was trying to record a podcast with Scotty.
I think he left our radio show and went straight to the airport and flew to East Lansing.
Gave us both a big old hearty handshake.
Yeah.
And that was that.
Okay. I'd forgotten briefly about the existence of Mel Tucker, but how could I forget another guy with an interesting Wikipedia page? I'm sorry, Bo Nix will not play Friday.
He will not play. Here was Sean's answer again.
Yeah, give it
We'll
to me,
see.
Sean.
I mean, do I talk to you guys tomorrow?
No.
All right. He probably won't play in this game. All right. Let's not go through everyone else.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to talk about Stidham and Ellinger.
We'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
And then you gave us the report that Parker Gabriel said that there's a pretty good chance that Stidham sees very little time as well, and it's a healthy dose of Sam Ellinger, whatever it is.
Yeah, Stiddy starts and then probably a lot of Ellinger. Just keep that in the back of your mind before the preseason fantasy draft. What else, Spring?
High five.
Well, we ain't drafting quarterbacks.
Here's Jeff Legwold
Gotta think about how
asking
that's gonna produce
Sean
stuff.
Payton about the backup quarterbacks.
Made a definitive decision about quarterback 2,
No, not yet.
and would you keep 3?
Good question. It's if there were like 8 roster questions, it's one of the 8 as you're looking at building your roster.
Okay.
How many positions are there in full?
Yeah, good question. So, all right, let's think about this really quickly. Like one of the 8, if there's 8 roster questions. So, yeah, that then gets into do you keep a 6th receiver? Do you keep a 9th and or 10th offensive lineman? We talked about the numbers game at defensive line yesterday. Do you keep 7 defensive linemen? How many do you want to add anybody to the secondary? Is it going to be 5 corners? Is it going to be 5 safeties? Rizman really likes a lot of safety type players in his special teams, so there could be an additional safety that is going to be added to the team. My reading of the tea leaves here is that they like Ellinger. They want Stiddy to be their backup quarterback, but they continue to like Sam Ellinger, and I think they view him as a potential future piece of the team. And the reason why I'm hammering that is because last year the Colts called up Sam Ellinger and they're like, "We got a roster spot for you," and he was like, "Nah, I'm good. I
But
like
he
it
hung
here
out
in
on
Denver."
the practice squad. Remember, he didn't sign to the regular roster till the last couple weeks of the regular season, so he could have that regular season money.
Right.
You know what I think he's the backup for? I think he's dead solid a backup for Davis Webb and the new. I think Davis takes off. I know he's young, but we've kind of seen it.
Good point.
I think he's hanging around here to be the new Davis Webb. I think that's truly what he's the backup for. And then the guy, whatever his QB coach jumps to OC next week or next year, Ellinger becomes the new coach there, and that's really how this is all going to play out.
Yeah.
Sam Ellinger has not shown me that he's any better than Jared Stidham in this preseason. And I think the only reason, again, why he's hanging out here right now is because he's learning the coaching ways from both Webb and from Sean Payton, and that's really where his future with the Broncos lies, when Davis Webb leaves after this year being OC.
He's like an apprentice coach.
He is, basically.
Yeah.
Because he and Davis Webb aren't all that different. Davis Webb's a bigger guy than he is, but at the end of the day, they're both kind of the same sort of just destined to be a backup quarterback, never really going to be your starter. Davis Webb, I mean, he's going to be the Sean McVay here in a couple of years is my prediction. If he can show he can handle the play calling, and I bet you he can, then I think he's the hot young name everyone's going after because they love themselves a strapping, good-looking OC when it comes time for the coach hiring cycle. And off he goes, and Ellinger becomes part of the coaching staff and follows his exact same route. Because remember, Davis Webb also had offers to be a backup quarterback, and instead he called Sean Payton and said, "Let me come be a coach," and Sean said, "Why not?"
If they like strapping good-looking OCs so much, how did Nathaniel Hackett ever get the job?
Well, that was a different group.
The answer is nepotism. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We've got your next keyword to qualify for rock, paper tickets and a chance to be at the Monday night opener in Kansas City. We'll give that to you right when we come back.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for Southern Steer Butcher. If you want great quality meat that you're going to know the difference in, whether we're talking about steaks or you're talking about the chicken or the sausages that are fresh made, the brats that are fresh made, it's Southern Steer. Again, I've been serving this to some friends over the summer, and I always get the comments about how good it is, how much better it seems to taste. It's been noticed to the point where a buddy of mine over the weekend said, here's a bunch of cash. Go get me some of those steak tips if you don't mind, because he's on the other side of town. But he's noticed a difference between what he gets at Southern Steer and what he can find at his local store. And so because of that, if you'd like to experience the same difference, it is time to head on over to Southern Steer. Tuesdays are a great day because the steak tips I'm always telling you about that are vacuum tumbled with the flavor sealed in, they're a little bit cheaper. Same with the chicken. You can get great deals on Tuesday, but really it's a great place to go all throughout the week. They've got different specials depending on the day. They've got a butcher pack if you'd like to try a little bit of everything. And if you're just looking for a quality meat that you're going to be proud to serve at your next barbecue or special event, remember Labor Day is coming up. It's a week from this weekend. If you're going to maybe do a longer smoke like I like to do, whether that's a bone-in pork butt or maybe a brisket, Southern Steer is the spot. They had some great-looking ribeyes yesterday. It's the place to go. Southern Steer Butcher is in Greenwood Village. You're going to find them 2 blocks east of I-25. They're on Dayton Street, catty corner to both the Shane Company and Fay Myers in the northwest corner of that little strip mall right there. Say hello to Ben and the staff. It's Southern Steer Butcher.
time for keyword number 3 of the day. You want to text it in to 303-504-0925 to get yourself qualified for a trip to KC for the Monday night opener, powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Mark Springer, what's our keyword right now?
It's time for another Rock, Paper, Tickets keyword.
Bumping. Man, we bumping in our room right now. Bumping.
Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
Once again, much like playing yesterday, bumpin' sans the G. Bumpin'.
Bumpin'.
B-U-M-P-I-N. Bumpin'. All one word. Bump in. Text that right now to 303-504-0925 along with your name, because you are trying to qualify for a chance to play in our Rock, Paper, Scissors tournament next Tuesday, September 1st at Rooftop Social in Rhino. Winner of the tournament gets a trip to Kansas City with flights, hotels, tickets, and much more to the first game of the season. Denver at Kansas City on Monday night. It's powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. By the way, when I say much more, I'm contractually obligated to tell you, you don't actually get much more. The much more is the fun and the memories you'll have.
That's so much more.
The friends you'll make along the way.
You may meet your future best friend at the Rock, Paper, Scissors tourney.
You could.
And the stories you'll tell.
For
Sitting on
years.
the porch, rocking in your chair, telling your grandkids about the time you played in a rooftop bar's Rock, Paper, Scissors tourney.
Andy, we enraged some Matlock fan listeners that we didn't remember Mike Barilla.
Yeah.
I did not connect this dot. Mike Barilla, son of former Denver Nuggets general manager Vince Barilla.
Okay.
The 1985 NBA Executive of the Year with the Nuggets.
Well, good for him.
Vince Barilla, 85, of course. That was a Western Conference Finals team where they lost to the Lakers.
The Lakers, hated
Yes.
Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
It's where Vic's rage for the Lakers started. It's really that year, I think, was one of the sole driving factors of yelling about the Lakers' daddy at the parade for Vic.
Vince Barilla, who passed away in 2016, also worked as his son's agent in the NFL. So maybe it was Vince Barilla that made a call that got Mike Barilla into the Pro Bowl.
Maybe it was.
Despite a passer rating below 60.
Well, but you got to remember, again, what year did he play in that Pro Bowl, the 70s?
75.
Yeah, that was not as much a passing league just yet.
So it's excusable.
So that's one of the reasons why you probably see what you see there.
So those low efficiency numbers,
Yeah.
so those 6 touchdowns to 12 interceptions, it's more acceptable because really they barely passed. Mike Barilla went to Regis, by the way.
Good for him.
Yes.
I went to Mullen.
Take that, Mike.
Yeah, Mike. I'm not allowed to be a fan, I guess.
I can't like you.
Also, I was born, I think, a year before you played in said Pro Bowl. So, sorry, I don't remember that.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, though.
So the NFL is getting rid of the Pro Bowl, Andy.
Oh, what a shame. That's sad.
All right, so here's my question on this. And this
Why did it take so long?
This may just be a procedural question, but I'm curious because they're still going to name the Pro Bowl team.
Yeah, which is all they need to do.
Are they still going to do it with like 2 weeks left in the year?
Probably, and the NFL Network will run a show because let's be honest, they got no programming left.
Yeah.
The ESPN's bought them to kind of be the closet they keep the NFL stuff in.
Okay.
Right?
Like, well, I guess my confusion here is, like, if you don't have to deal with the logistics of, like, okay, these are the guys that are going to the thing, couldn't you wait until the end of the year to do it?
No, they still need the programming around Christmas. They'll
Okay.
take it on a night where there's no college football bowl games yet, and they'll shove that thing in there.
Okay.
But look, this will still mean something to guys because,
Sure.
again, there's only, whether they're 22, so 44 players that make the All-Pro team because
Yeah.
they name a first and a second team.
Yeah.
You'll still have contract, I'm sure, bonuses and stipulations for being named to a Pro Bowl. Nobody said you had to go play the dang game.
Okay, so it's like,
and instead now when you get the 3 Pro Bowl quarterbacks from each conference, that'll be great. That'll still be a recognition for what you did inside your conference.
it's kind of a weird thing though, because it's like, okay, you're named to the Pro Bowl, but now we're going to name the All-Pro team.
Yeah,
and
but
that's
the
like
All-Pro is the whole league.
Yeah,
You're best in the league.
So this is just to be the best
the Pro
amongst
Bowl
your
is the best in your conference.
Okay.
Now look, it's the juice box and 2-foot or 2-inch karate trophy of it all, but still.
Why not do it earlier, like the other sports? Like the generally
like a mid-season deal,
right? And it's usually like a little bit over the midway point when we get to the All-Star stuff and the other sports. That could be like a fun November thing for the NFL.
Could be.
Hey, you're a Pro Bowler.
Yeah, you could be.
Even though there's not a. Should they change the name of the team because the bowl is the game?
Sure.
So should they change the name of it like you're an NFL All-Star?
Sure, if you'd like.
All
if
right.
it makes you feel better about things, Nate, I don't think it's complicated at all, really.
Andy, it's
keep
all
it where
about,
it is, name the dumb thing, pay the guy his bonus, let's go about our lives, and nobody has to go play dodgeball on the beach together.
It's all about how I feel.
Good,
about
I'm glad.
things.
I think you feel ridiculous. How about that?
It's my biggest.
You know what it is? The NFL's like, we're not renting out this resort in Orlando anymore, so sorry about that.
Yeah.
Hell, they even tried. I even forget. This darn thing has fallen so far off my radar. Did they play it at the site of the Super Bowl last year, trying to get people to show up the weekend earlier? That's what they did.
Right.
And even that didn't attract anybody, so they're like, the hell with it.
No, it was like the week of the game.
Yeah.
Because they wanted to do it when the media was there to get eyeballs on the
Yeah,
thing.
because somehow that was going to make it all better when you're playing flag football together.
Like I said, I watched 5 minutes of it last
I'm
year.
glad you did, Nate. Good for you.
Andy, that was a good 5 minutes.
Did you watch the tug of war match?
You know what?
It became a battle of the network stars fill-in, and you're probably too young to remember that. Mike Borland played in that.
Andy, do you Al Borland?
Whoever, I don't know.
From Tool
Who I'm
Time?
supposed to remember. What was the guy's name?
Mike Barilla.
Barilla. I bet you he was in a battle of the network stars.
Andy, you know what life is? The best we can do in this life, in this dark existence,
it is getting rainy,
is hope to find the occasional good 5 minutes in there.
Well, yeah.
And Pro Bowl flag football
was not it.
It did it for me on an otherwise dreary evening in January, and when I needed it, Dak Prescott and his backwards hat were there to throw a touchdown
What
pass.
would you rather watch? And I'm being dead serious. I think I'd rather watch an old classic game that was fun than flag football played by Pro Bowlers.
Like you would have flipped over to ESPN Classic?
Let's say
is ESPN Classic still a thing?
I don't really think so.
Okay.
It isn't.
Okay.
When I last had DirecTV, it was not anymore.
Okay.
It was 2 Newses.
Do you watch
ESPN2,
like when NFL Network gives us the game replays? Do you get sucked into those?
Some of them. It depends on how good the game was. Like again, if you're going to show me Rams Chiefs from that Monday nighter that was supposed to be in New Mexico, but was in New Mexico, or I'm sorry, not New Mexico, in Mexico, but then was played in the
old Mexico.
Sure, in original Mexico,
that's where
the
it was
OG.
supposed to be.
But anyway, you give me that game where they each scored 50 points. I'm going to watch that over your dumb flag football game.
I'll go with you on that.
You know what I mean? Just give me some. But I get a kick out of some of these classic games.
If Broncos Jets from Tottenham Hotspur Stadium last year is on versus Pro Bowl flag football,
then I'm watching an old episode of Cheers on the Paramount Plus app.
You're in the bathroom smashing your head between the rim of the toilet and the toilet seat.
No, but you know what? I'll give you a game that didn't go the Broncos' way. When it's on, I've stumbled across it a couple of times because I was lucky enough to be at the game, and I've never got to watch the broadcast, so it was cool to see the broadcast. That was the Montana Elway Chiefs Broncos Monday Nighter in Old Mile High.
Yeah.
Fun little game.
Yeah.
I'd watch that, and that's not even a Bronco win. I would take stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
Do you ever, you know what, but see, it does take me a few years. Is there a game from last year? See, I would watch the Bronco Cleveland Monday Nighter, Winston
that
v.
game
Knicks.
was awesome.
I'd watch that again.
Yeah.
I'd probably now watch, although Buffalo fans wouldn't, the Buffalo Bronco playoff.
Oh, the divisional round game was fantastic. The Giants game, only the fourth quarter, though.
Yeah, but I mean, it was kind of weird how you got there, right?
It was, but I don't want to watch it again. It's like the Tebow year. You can't sit and watch a full game replay. Just fast forward till there being 4 minutes left in the game and all the stupidity happens.
Yeah, I remember Broncos v. Jets. Something about the Broncos and Jets putting on a bad product till the very end.
They sure can.
I don't know what it is.
They sure can. Yes.
They had 2 years in London that was brutal, didn't they? Or no, one was in New York where it rained torrentially.
Oh, yeah.
But they had just got out of the Greenbrier.
Yes. That didn't go well either. And yet they won.
And yet they won.
Can they continue to pull the rabbits out of the hat this upcoming season?
Well, if Nick Kosmiter's right, and he wrote the great article, go read it in The Athletic today, and one of the guys wrote in, one of our texters wrote in and says, man, the way Nick lays it out, it's almost like a sack's worth a point. With some of the ways that you broke it down, almost 2 points.
Yeah.
Because of how many times a sack and a drive kills the chances. What it was under 10% if you got sacked in that drive, scoring a touchdown? It went from
9%.
23% of all NFL drives
touchdown drives.
Yeah. But with a sack, it went down to 9% or something like that. So that just tells you how many offenses aren't able to overcome a sack.
Is Bo going to take more sacks this year?
I think so, because I do think they want him hanging on the early reads. I don't think they want him, as Scotty had suggested early in the preseason, he thinks Bo's been it's been beaten into him the way you won the job.
Yeah.
Now the way you've kept the job is you don't take sacks. Well, that's fine for certain metrics, but this offense needs to mature to where you can be good enough to get over a Bo sack here and there. And if he needs to hold the ball longer to stay on read 1 and read 2 and not just get to the dump down so quickly, then yeah, he's going to take a few more sacks trying to do that.
Bo Nix last year, 28th in the NFL in yards per attempt, 6.4. It's one of the it's detractors of Bo Nix would point to, and I've certainly pointed to it, as to, one of the reasons why his efficiency has been as poor as it has been and why the Broncos have gone out of their way to sort of protect him from himself. He was 26th in the league in completion percentage over expectation. He was actually below expectation last year, and a lot of it is the idea, and Davis Webb has talked about it and Sean has talked about it, of stay on the first read longer. Sean has pointed out, well, you're a real good foot athlete. I think what they want to see out of Bo Nix is, can you manipulate the pocket, slide, move when you need to, and allow things to open up a little bit further down the field? If you recall, on that throw to Jalen Waddle the other night, it was a clean pocket, but Bo stepped up, kind of drifted to his right. If anything, he held onto the ball too long before getting it out of his hands, but got it there nonetheless. And you pay Jalen Waddle to, make a mediocre throw look great like he did on that play. But that's what I think they're trying to find out of him. But to your point, he could take more hits. And a quarterback with a bum ankle,
not ideal.
It's something you got to think about a little bit there.
But you do have to evolve this offense somehow. You just do.
Yeah.
And, look, whether it's been Kurt Warner talking about it, whether it's been the survey from Mike Sando, whether it's been some of the guests that we've had on, some of the people have talked about the fact that Bo does need to be a little. Mina Kimes had the numbers as well. He does have to become more efficient in the pocket if he wants to be. Let's be honest about it. If he wants to be near a $60 million a year quarterback, this is where he's got to improve, period.
Here's another wild thing. Leggy talked to Chase Daniel about this a little bit, and Bo has talked about kind of the mastering of the different drops that Bo Nix is going to have to do, drop backs, I mean. And Chase Daniel talked about different rhythms that you want in your 5-step drops. Not all 5-step drops are created the same. And Chase Daniel kind of talked about, when you watch Bo for the first 2 years of his career, he's just kind of sprinting through everything. And one of the things that Sean wants to see out of him, and I'm sure Davis Webb is charged with, is, okay, get in a rhythm, all right? Some plays are going to require you to slow things down a little bit and not have such a fast heart rate back there. Again, that has allowed him to be able to stay out of trouble and not take as many negative plays. But again, meat on the bone, Andy. How many big plays were just left that we were all staring at on the film because Bo just checked out of it way too quick?
Way too many.
Yeah.
And you know that they're going to try to go back and correct that. I do think that
I mean, if you get to the top of your,
Wait, if you hit that fifth step, but you've already cleared.
right.
You know what I mean?
And then you're looking at a receiver and going, why isn't that guy out of his break yet? Like the rhythm of the offense. This is the kind of stuff where you're like, okay, third year leap time. This stuff has got to get better for the Broncos this year, and hopefully they're able to get to some of that. Your defense won't be as good this year. It's just so hard to maintain year in and year out. I think it'll be a good defense. I don't think you're going for 60+ sacks again this year. That's how you make up for it.
Well, you said it. Vance Joseph has said it. We've talked about it this whole first half of the week. Vance was not afraid to address it, period.
Mm-hmm.
Teams are letting you know already in the fake times, we're not going to let you sack us as much, period.
Yeah.
We're going to move the quarterback. We're going to get rid of the ball quickly. We're going to take wins on picking up a couple yards, 4 yards. We're just going to stay out of where you get to actually rush us. And look, the Broncos, they got to get their hands up. They got to knock down the quick passes. They're going to have a counterpunch to this thing. So the coverage is going to have to be even better than it's been.
Yep.
Look, my biggest concern about this defense, when it comes to the Broncos repeating the feat of a year ago, yes, I want to see growth out of the offense, but this offense is still an evolving creature, especially now with the new play caller. I'm not going to throw the hopes of the season on that side of the ball still. Now, when Bo gets his $60 million contract, guess what? Now it's your turn to carry the load.
Right.
But this defense, my concerns just become 3 years of looking at tape at you, 3 years of getting an idea of what you are, what you like to do, what this personnel is. Now, with you re-signing basically everybody from a year ago, minus John Franklin Myers, they know the coverages that you like to play. They know the strengths and weaknesses of everybody in your secondary. They know where you like to place those guys in the chess match. It's going to be a challenge. This is why defenses don't hang out for 3-year periods, because offensive coordinators in this league are too smart. They're PhDs at football.
Bumpin' is the word. Text it to 303-504-0925 to qualify for a trip to Kansas City for the Monday night opener. It's powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Andy, we got the national television schedule in the NHL today. This is
All right.
fun. The Avs will be on one of the national networks, TNT or ESPN, 16 times this year. That trails only Minnesota in the West with 17 appearances. Pittsburgh and Boston each have 20 national games this year. The Avs with 16, so that puts them number 4 on the pecking order. The games that they will play this year, I believe 7 games on TNT, 9 of them on ESPN. One of those TNT games, by the way, includes, don't forget about this, on New Year's Eve when they will play the Utah Mams in the NHL Winter Classic at Rice-Eccles Stadium in Salt Lake City. That'll be a TNT game, so that'll be fun.
I've been in Rice-Eccles. It's a beautiful stadium. I will say that.
It's quite lovely.
God, the view is fantastic.
Yeah. Utah is quite a lovely, it's got great scenery. There's no doubt about that. Wednesday, September 30th, they'll open up against the Kings on TNT, the first ESPN game. 13th of October against Mikko Rantanen and the Dallas Stars. They got one ABC game Saturday, April 10th. That's against the Minnesota Wild.
Ooh, all right.
Yeah.
What do you think about Jonathan Kuminga becoming a member of the...
He sure is. He's a Timberwolves.
Minnesota Timberwolves.
Mm-hmm. That reconstruction of the Timberwolves is compelling to me. Like that, it was a real like, okay, let's build our team to beat Denver. Okay, we beat Denver. Let's completely rethink the way that we're doing this whole thing now. Naz Reid gone, LaMelo Ball in.
That'll be interesting, man. I don't know. Him and Anthony Edwards, they can tell me all they want to about how we're going to get along just great. We've heard that. Oh, there's more. We don't all need the football. We don't all need the basketball. We don't all need the X. Who cares about my stats? Till you do.
I'll say this. It's an insanely athletic team still.
Oh, it is.
Even with the departures. So LaMelo at the 1, Ant at the 2, Io at the 3, Jaden McDaniels at 4, our buddy. And obviously Gobert is still the man in the middle. Kuminga will come off the bench along with Terrence Shannon, who we saw a lot in that series out of Illinois, and he was great. They're a very athletic team.
Where did Julius Randle go? Was he in the trade for LaMelo?
Yes. Yeah, Julius Randle out the door.
Just a lot of the antagonists gone for the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah.
Not going to miss that.
Julius Randle is a Brooklyn Net.
By the way, saw this on ESPN. They gave a forecast for all the NBA awards.
Okay.
Even though it's summer.
It's never too early?
Never too early. How many awards are the Nuggets in the discussion for in your mind?
Joker's MVP, and that's it?
You'd be correct, my friend.
Yeah.
No Defensive Player of the Year, just so people know, no Rookie of the Year,
the Nuggets,
obviously. No Sixth Man of the Year, no Most Improved Player, and no Coach of the Year.
The Nuggets have not had even an all-defensive team player since
Aaron Aflalo, maybe?
Marcus Camby?
Yeah. Was Aflalo ever all-defensive in the NBA all-defensive team?
No, I don't think so.
Boy, that's probably it then. But Camby was. Then he won it.
He won a Defensive Player of the
Nuggets.
Year. Yeah, but I don't remember.
All right, so who do you have as your top 5 MVP candidates?
Shea, Wemby, Joker, Luka, and
you got 4 of the 5 so far. Can you get the last one?
Who would be 5th? Is it
Change teams.
Oh, no, it's not Ant. Jaylen Brown?
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Oh, Giannis. Okay.
Where do you think Jokic is? Who do you think wins it? And is it Jokic?
Marcus Camby in 08, by the way, last all-defensive team player for the Nuggets. Yikes. So we're damn near 2 decades.
Yikes. Yeah.
Since the Nuggets have gotten anybody even on the all-defensive team. I've laid out my case. I think Jokic has a great shot to win it this year. I think that, first off, Shea's up against voter fatigue. So he's up against that challenge. Wemby, I mean, are we 100% the blood clot issue is just not going to be a thing, and he's going to play 65 games? I wonder about the 65 game thing. I think if Wemby plays 65, he should be the favorite. Luka Doncic, I'm waiting for the year where he turns the Jokic corner and shows up completely in shape and can go win an MVP award. Giannis isn't going to win an MVP.
No.
Okay.
You make a good case.
Yeah.
Because you've talked about how because Jokic will probably have to carry a lot of this, it'll bring him back to the table for him.
You have to take narrative into account, but like if Jokic stays healthy and plays 65, he's going to average a 30-point triple-double this year.
Yep.
And I think his minutes are going to be up with the lack of depth on the team. They're just going to need him to play more to be able to win games. If he plays 65, I think he finishes top 2 in the MVP again and has a great chance to win it.
They've got Jokic finishing second. Who gets the MVP?
Wemby.
Yeah,
Wemby number 1. Yeah. I'm
Doncic,
assuming
Shea, and then Giannis.
I'm assuming in the betting markets that Wemby's number 1. I haven't looked at it in a while, but I'm assuming Wemby's number 1.
Yeah, he's gonna have narrative on his side, right?
Yeah,
everybody because he went to the finals last year, and we all were real impressed by it and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
so.
I mean the Spurs had the big turnaround last year. If the Spurs, if they can win 60 plus again, and if Wemby, I think if he plays 65. There's no reason he shouldn't win the next 10 Defensive Player of the Year awards.
Sure.
That alone is putting him in the MVP conversation every single year.
Well, it's interesting because you and I talked a little bit about this yesterday, just to bring it all full circle. Wemby is in his Dolly Parton portion of this thing.
Right.
He's the new kid on the block. He seems like a likable fellow.
Yeah.
He's a freak of an athlete. And if he
also
were to start winning it, then he'll enter into the we're sick of this guy. And
Right. But you got to get to that place first. He also, and I said this during the finals, man, he's going to add to his game. He doesn't have bread and butter stuff in his game yet. He's amazing, and yet he does so without real signature, I can always fall back on this to get a bucket. Right now, the fallback is he's 7'4".
Right.
It's like what Scotty says all the time. He's great at being 7'4". He is. Wait until there's some polish to his offensive game, the kind of player he's going to turn into.
I'd use a different P word. Wait till there's some pounds on him
for
that game, too. Because Scotty talks about it. You can beat that guy up.
Yeah.
You can get physical with him. He doesn't always love it. I think the Knicks showed you that a little bit.
Right.
And how old is he?
22.
Yeah. Wait till he's around 25. He's put on his man strength, as we like to say.
Right.
That guy's not going to be fun to deal with.
Yeah. So I think right now he should be the MVP favorite. But I'm putting Jokic top 2, and if you're top 2, you got a great chance to win that award. I think Joker could win his 4th MVP this year. He's going to have to carry such a big part of the load on this team.
Yeah, he really is. You cannot be having any of those knee injuries this year.
Right.
Can't have it.
Yeah. Spencer Jones, stay on your feet.
Please, everybody. Just stay healthy, guys. Please, let's get the good feeling about this starting 5 back.
Spring, who qualified for the rock, paper, tickets contest this hour?
Joe Duran.
Joe Duran. Congratulations, Joe Duran of Duran Duran fame. Joe, you're going to be participating in our rock, paper, scissors contest on Tuesday night at Rooftop Social. If you win, you're going to the Denver, Kansas City Monday night opener in September. It's all powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Are we still qualifying tomorrow, Spring?
I believe so.
Okay.
I think this is all week.
Yeah.
Okay. You still got another shot tomorrow?
You're trying to shut this down. Look, it's not the ultimate tournament without getting people for all the days.
You know,
it's only Thursday tomorrow, by the way.
I'm not trying to shut it down so much as I'm making it clear to everybody that I don't always read all the words in the emails. So sometimes live on the air, I just have to ask my producer what's happening.
Well, you did read qualifier though. That you'd read the script word for word at the beginning.
Keyword, text keyword.
Sure. We had people all screwed up. I can't believe anybody qualified that one, thanks to me and you.
Did anybody text missile anus?
Oh, they did. They got plenty of those. And then we got keyword, and we got all sorts of things texted to us. And then there was a you suck, but that had nothing to do with. That was just the overall thought on the show.
That was okay. There's an evaluation.
That was more an observation than an attempt to win
of the product that we were producing today.
That was a Google review.
What is our Yelp score? We have another radio show scheduled for tomorrow at 3:00. We hope to bring it to you here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
You'll be qualifying with somebody.
You will
likely
be.
us.
Yes. For Mark Springer, for Andy Lindahl, I am Nate Kreckman. Mark Bertinoli and the Blitz coming up next on Altitude, so keep it here.